6 दिन Python in. Hi, I am abhik, and throughout this entire video, we will be learning Python in details. Now, after completing this video, you can directly jump into data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, or web development using Python. Because throughout this video, whatever I guide you, that will be enough to start learning the other stuff using Python. So this video's format is day by day. So day 1 we will learn certain stuff, day 2 we will learn certain stuff, day 3 some more, like this we will learn till day 5. After day 5 we are going to do a project, a simple quiz application project. However, this project will combine all the stuff we learned in these 5 days, and that will be the 6th day. After that you can go wherever you want with that knowledge of Python. So this video is divided into day by day format so that you can devote just 2 hours in one day to learn Python. And in between we will do certain assignments also. So what are we going to learn? We are going to learn variables, loop, if else, integer and string, definitely float also, string manipulation, list, tuple, dictionary, functions, exception handling, external libraries. So, and we will have a lot of bonus tips in between. So let's begin. So I already assume throughout this video, I already assume that you as a viewer have some reason to learn Python. That reason should be something like you have a specific goal in your mind. Like goals can be like for using Python for machine learning or for web development or for data science. So anything can be. So you should have a specific goal in your for learning this Python, right? Next up, I will assume that you already have a good internet connection. Why I am saying this? Because I will not be installing any software like VS Code or Python inside our Windows or any laptop. I assume that you will have a good internet connection so that we can use Google Colab. Now, for using Google Colab, we also need Google account. And why Google Colab? Because it is very easy to use and very easy to set up. Also, it is very helpful in visualizing, and I think most users will find it resource friendly. So you don't have to install any software or any libraries inside your computer. So let's see Google Colab. So here is the Google Colab home screen. When you go to Google Colab for the first time, you need to install their, you need to open this with your Google account, and then you can use this Google Colab for free, right? So the first things first is we will go to this file tab, and there we will click on this new notebook. What will happen is it will create a new notebook for us. There we can write our codes, etc. So it has already opened a new notebook for us, and you can see the name it has given is Untitled 0. So the first thing we will do is we will do a developer ritual. Every developer who is new in developing or in any programming language, the first thing they do is print hello world. So we will do that. So the simplest program is to print hello world, and this one line is enough. Now what you are supposed to do is either you press this play button to run this code section, or as it states you can use Ctrl plus enter, which is a shortcut key. So I will use Ctrl plus enter, and it takes certain times. As you can see, the code block is running. It takes certain times when a specific amount of time for the first time, and then it prints our hello world. So this is our first program, and if you have done this, then congratulations. Now let's get back to our presentation. So the next topic is syntax and structure. Now here we will be learning variables, data types, input, output, indentation, and many more. So what are variables? Variables are containers used to store data and hold various data types. Let's see that. So I will create another code block, and here I will write a variable a equal to 9, and then in the next line I will print this a. So what is a? A is a variable. Now notice that we don't need to, like other programming languages, we need to write var, const, int, string, etc. But here we don't need to do anything like that, and this is known as dynamic typing. As I assign a value to a variable, it already gets its type automatically as I assign. So for example, if instead of 9 I would have assigned a string, let's say hi, and then I would have printed it, then it would have printed hi. So that means it is dynamically typed. Whatever uh, type of data you give, that type of data will be assigned to that type will be assigned to this variable. More on data types later, right? So this is how you define a variable. So now a burning question: why do we need variables? So we need variables to improve code readability and reuse values. Let me show you how. Okay. So let's say we are trying to find the area and perimeter of a rectangle. We know the formulas. So first thing I will do is I will define the length and the breadth. Now, by the way, this green indicates that this is a comment, and how to start a comment? To start a comment, we use this hash symbol. Why do we need a comment? I will explain you as I proceed. So then I do breadth equal to 20. So this is the length and breadth of the rectangle of whom we are going to find the area and perimeter. Let's see the formula of area. The formula of area is length into breadth. Length into breadth. And the formula of perimeter is twice length plus breadth. Twice of length plus breadth. And I have to write this. So why do we need a variable here? To need a variable, and these green lines of these comments are, I am just trying to explain you the below code what I am going to write right now. So to explain them, we always sometimes use comments to describe the code or to explain some concepts, etc. So what would it look like without variables? So to print a area, we will use area, and then we will directly write the numbers. So here 10 into 20. And similarly for perimeter, what we will do is ten plus 20, right? And if I you can see that if I run this code block, you can see that area is returning 200 and perimeter is 60, which is right answer. However, just think, when a developer is reading this code and he does not have any understanding of the code, so what is 10, what is 20? Is it 10 is the length or 10 is the breadth? Who knows what is that? Because here we have no clear explanation, right? One more thing, what if the length suddenly changes? So the length changes to, let's say, 30. Now we have to update the perimeter formula to 30 as well. Otherwise, it will be a problem. Instead of doing like this, if we use this above code where we have already used variables, how will it help us? Let's say for area, I will write area here, and for perimeter, I will write perimeter here. Why? Because we have already assigned length, breadth, and we have also assigned the formulas. Now if I press enter, the output is still the same. However, the code readability has become much better. Why? Because see, we clearly have an idea of what 10 is, what 20 is, and we also know what the formula of area is, what the formula of perimeter is, and it becomes very easy to understand what is going on throughout this code. One more thing, if I update the value of length, then I only update it only in one place. We don't need to update it in every place. So the area and the perimeter formula still stays the same. However, the length gets updated. So let's see. So as the length gets updated, the values also get updated, which are correct values. So this is why we need variables to improve the code readability and to reuse values. Like we reuse the length over here, to reuse values, we need variables. And variables are case sensitive. How? So let's see. So here you can see in small letter I have written A. Now if I take another variable which is in uppercase or capital letter, and I write let's say abhik, and then I print this another one, you can see the difference is pretty eminent. The first one prints the high and the second one prints abhik, and there is no error. That means case sensitive. Variables are case sensitive. So small a and capital A have different meanings, right? So next up, it can change to new value if reassigned. Let's see. So instead of capital A, if I write this small letter a, and now it gives an error. As you can see, there is some squiggly lines below capital A. So that means this variable is not defined. If you hover, you can see a pop-up opens up, and where it is says there is capital A is not defined. So I will remove this one, and now I will print this. And you can see that as I give new value, it printed the new value, completely discarding high written there. Okay, so instead of oblique, if I would have written given a number, then also it would have stayed the same. As you can see, it prints the number, completely discarding the first line. So this means that it can change if new value is reassigned to the same variable. And finally, it is dynamic typing. As I said or explained earlier, dynamic typing. Now, dynamic typing, whenever this topic comes up, the first thing that comes up is data types. Now, before I dive deep into data types, I want to show you one more thing about variables. So why we will use variables? Not just to print these letters, right? So for example, if I write a formula, let's say area equals to um, length into breadth. This is the basic formula of a rectangle. Now, if I always write the value of length as 20 and breadth as 56. It will print the area, no doubt in that. But if I don't use this variable as 20 into 56, then I have to write not only 20 into 56 here, but also I have to write this here as well. So if I am using these, I have to do certain operations or certain stuff or values, I have to do this multiple times. I have to write them multiple times. Instead of writing them multiple times, I am writing it only one time, and this is known as reusability. Also, area equals to 20 into 56, and if I print this area, that also improves the code readability. So the developer who is reading your code will understand, okay, we are printing area and not just two random numbers getting multiplied. So anyway, let's jump back into data types. And data types are of two types. One is numeric. In numeric, there are also two types, integer and float. Another type of data types is text, and there is only one type, that is string. So inside string, all these number stuff like a or a, B, both are considered as string. Some programming languages consider this A as char or character and AB as a string. So that means multiple characters form a string and single character is treated as character. But in Python, single character and multiple characters are say treated as string, right? Now let me show you this in details. So 20 or any positive integer. Okay, let me write this down here. Integer is any whole number. Now this can be either positive or negative. This can be either positive or negative. There is no problem in that. What are floats then? Float is decimal number, any decimal slash fraction. Any decimal or fraction is known as float. So let me show them in details. Okay. So integer is a equal to 9 as I have written earlier, b equal to -9, and c, which is a float, equal to 2.5. Also let me write another floating number 1 by 2. Now let me print all of them together. As you can see, the last one, D, is printed as 0.5 because it will always use fractions as decimal. It will always treat fractions as decimal, right? So that is why we have this D equal to 0.5 and all others are printed. There are no errors, and you can also do certain operations. Like if I remove the comma over here and instead I write plus B, so I expect that 9 plus -9 will be 0. So let's see what it returns, and you can see it returns 0. Also, if I write C plus D, C minus D, and let's check this once again, you can see that not only it gives 9 plus -9 equal to 0, but also 2.5 minus 0.5 will be 2. And since they both are float, so it returns 2.0. So now let me show you some basic numerical operations. So what are basic numerical operations? Basics are addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Let me show you those. So above we have already defined some variables, but we will reassign their values. So A will be 20, B will be 30, and we will do various operations on these. So the first operation will be addition. So sum, we know addition of two values is known as sum. So that will be A plus B. See how simple it is. Difference, I am writing here diff will be A minus B. Since B is bigger, so I will write B minus A. You can write A minus B as well. It will give the value in negative. Multiplication, we can also say product. So the product is B multiplied by A, and division will be B divided by A. Now, so difference and division, that is subtraction and division, in these two things, the order of the variable matters. So if I write b minus a and a minus b, both will have different results. So for that, I will do difference 1 and difference 2 to explain you a minus b. Similarly, division 1 and division 2, a divided by b. So let's run this program and see what the results are. Okay, I have no print statements, so I need to print all of them. So now you can see all the outputs over here. So the sum is 50. The difference 1 is 10. So 30 minus 20 is 10, obviously. But 20 minus 30 is minus 10, as you can see here. Right? So the product is 30 into 20 is 600. And product is, order doesn't matter, as I said. So division, the first one, 30 divided by 20 is 1.5. And the opposite is 0.666. So this is pretty evident that how the basic operations work. Now let me show you some intermediate operations. What are those? Modulus and exponent. What is modulus and exponent? So let me write you down this. So what is modulus? If you use 5 to divide 38, now we know 38 is not a multiple of 5. If I use 7, then 5 times 7 is 35. So the remainder is 3. To find this particular remainder, we use modulus. Another example, let's say you are using clock. So you have seen digital clocks where there are 24-hour format. So there, if the clock is at 1402, what does that mean? If you see it in a 12-hour format, then that means it is 2 o'clock, but PM. How does they calculate this 12-hour format, calculate this 24-hour clock? So what they do is 14 divided by 12. And what is the remainder of this 14 divided by 12? The remainder is 2. And this 2 becomes this 2. So if it is 15, then the remainder will be 3. And this 2 will become 3 then. If the value is 19 divided by 12, then the remainder will be 7. If you divide 19 by 12, then the remainder will be 7. 7 o'clock, but 7 p.m. So this is where this modulus is used. This is why this modulus is used. Let me show you how modulus is used. So let's see, we have already A and B defined. B percentile A. And what will it return? Let's see. It returns 10. Why? Because if we divide 30 by 20, then there will be, the quotient will be 1.5. However, the remainder will be 10. However, if I instead of B, if I write 60, and then there will be no remainder. That is why it is 0, because 60 is a multiple of 20. But if I write 62, you can see there will be a remainder of 2. See, the modulus returns 2. As I was giving you the examples of 12-hour format clock, so let me show you 20 divided by 12. Actually, it is not divided, it is percentile, sorry. It is 8. What is exponent? Now, when we were children in schools, studying in schools, we have done this type of sums where 2 to the power 10 or 3 to the power 3. We call this a cube root. If it is 4 to the power 2, that is 4 square. So how to do this? Now this particular thing is known as exponent. These are known as exponent or powers. We also say powers, right? So to do this in Python, I will reassign the value of A again. So A will be 2 and B, instead of B, I might also write exp, which will be 10. Now why I am using this name as exp? Exp stands for exponent. And one more thing, you need to understand this, that while naming variables, you should always give appropriate meanings. If I write b here, b is not an appropriate meaning, but exp means exponent, or POW, that is a relevant meaning. So let's do that. So I will directly use print a double multiplication style or double stars and then exp. This is the format of using exponents. So if I do this, then the result is 1024. So this is the value of exponent. Now if I do 2 square, then the value should be 4, right? And if I do 3 cubes, then the value should be 27, and we get that. So this is what exponent is used for. Now I will show you one interesting fact about exponent. So we often know square root of 27, let's say, not 27, let's say to square root of 64, cube root of 27. We write cube root like this, right? So how to do this? So to do this in Python, using this exponent format like this double stars, how to do this? To do that, what we will do is, we will use, let's say, the value 27, then double star as usual, and instead of square root 3, how will I write that? I will write it as 1 by 3. Now this is the basic formula we also use when you have learned exponent in class 11 or 12 in schools. Then you might have learned this, that 27 to the power 1 by 3 will always return as 3. So let's see if that is possible here in Python. So I will write a as 27 and exp as 1 by 3. Let's see how it returns. What it returns? It returns 3. Also, if I write 64 and then instead of 3 I will write 2, that means square root. So it will return 8 as expected. So square root is denoted as 1 by 2. So you can use this format to find the root. So for example, if I want to find the root of 10 root of 10 to the 1024. How will I do that? I will write 1024, which is the main value here, and instead of 2 I will write 10, and it will return 2. So we know 2 to the power 10 is 1024, and also 1024 root of 10 is 2. After exponent, we will learn some advanced stuff. Advanced stuff are math and NumPy pandas. Now note this one thing here. We will not be learning NumPy pandas in this video. We will not be learning them at all. We will see certain math libraries, and I will explain you some formulas like permutation, combination and all using math library. Let's see them in action now. So I will go to a new tab and then I will find Python math library. So if you Google search, then you can find the first link will be mathematical functions Python docs. So click this link of the Python docs and you can find this library here. Now what does this library do? This library simplifies our work. What it does is, see, here is a function math.ceil. It will find the smallest integer greater than or equal to x. I will explain to you what ceil is and how it works. Similarly, here is math.com. What does it do? It finds combination. What combinations? Let me show you. So if you have done math in 11-12, then you have definitely know what are permutations and combination. Also factorial. Still, I will explain to you what are those. So what is factorial? Factorial is of a number is, let's say we want to find factorial of 5. So the formula will be 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5, which is 120. Similarly, to find a factorial of 15, we will multiply all numbers starting from 1 till 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Whatever the product will be, that is factorial. What is combinations then? Combination and permutations are some formulas, and I am not going to deep dive into them, but there are some certain formulas about permutations and combinations as well. So if I go to this place, you can see, oh, and by the way, factorial is represented by this exclamation mark. So 5 factorial means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 multiplied. So if it is denoted by 5 exclamation mark. Similarly, here you can see n exclamation mark, k exclamation mark, n minus k exclamation mark. That means n factorial divided by k factorial into n minus k factorial. This is formula of the combination. Similarly, here we have the math.factorial, in which we don't need to multiply them using Python. We can directly import the formula and we can do it. I import the library and this function will do it. What are functions, what are methods? I will deep dive into them later on. Here, I'm just showing you a little basics of Python math library. So how do we use this Python math library? So the first thing first is you need to import math library, and then, so let's say we are going to find the factorial of a number. So I will write print maths.factorial of 5. Let's say we are going to find the factorial of 5. So as we do it, you can see that the output is 120. Similarly, we can use permutation, combination, copy sign, fabs, whatever, floor, seal, and what are seal and floor? Let me show you this. So seal and floor are for floating numbers. What are those? So for example, let's say there is a number known as 5.6. So the ceiling value of this will be, ceiling means top and floor means below, right? So the ceiling value will be 6. Since 5.6 is, so the nearest number which is greater than this number will be 6. And the floor will be 5. Why? Because the nearest smallest number integer below 5.6 is 5. 5, 5.6, and then it comes 6, right? So this number is floor, this number is seal, and this is the number we are talking about. Okay, so let's see it in action now. Let's say a equal to 5.6. So instead of factorial, I will write seal of a, and I will also write math.floor of a. So as you can see, whatever I said there, math.seal becomes 6 and math.floor becomes 5. So here are some other functions as well. And now write down your assignment here. So your assignment is to go through this entire website, go through all the functions of this library and practice them inside this Collab. So I assume that you have already completed this assignment. So what is next? Next up, we have comparison operations with conditions. Now what are conditions? So conditions are if, elif, else, if-else statements. Let me show you them in details. If I write if, and then there should be a condition block. And after that, I will write colon. And don't you worry, I will write them in code and I will show you. Don't worry. And then I will have a code block over here. And this is a condition. Now notice this is the format of the statement. So if I write if and then the condition, and then inside this condition there will be a code block, then this code block will be executed if this condition is met. Now you should also notice that here are certain space in between this code block and this line. So if you see if line, here is this if line and this code block line falls over here. So there is this small space over here, and this small space is known as indentation. you are going to see a lot of indentation throughout Python. Python has this special feature of indentation. So what this means is, if there is an indented code, then this code is treated as a code block, and this code block will be executed based on the statement above. And here the statement is if and then a condition. So if the condition is met, then this code block will be executed. Let's see them with an example. So here I have already written this comparison operation. So I have already written a equal to 9. And then I will write something like if a less than 10, print a. So let's see. And it prints a. Now instead of 9, if I write it 19 and then if I try to print, then it prints nothing. That means this condition is not met. So a is not less than 10. And that is why we do not print, we do not execute this code block below. These are conditions, but what are comparison operations? So comparison operations are greater than or equal to, lesser than or equal to, double equals to, and not equal to. Now let's see greater than equal to or lesser than equal to in action. So what if a is not neither 19 nor 9, but a is 10? Do you think this code will be executed? Let's see. So it does not get executed because a is 10. A is not less than 10, but a is 10. So what if I do this greater than? Then also it does not get executed because a is 10, neither greater nor lesser. So if I write greater than or equal to, then it gets printed. So that means 10 or number greater than 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, like that, all numbers will pass this condition provided it is either 10 or greater than 10. Similarly, if it is less than or equal to 10, then also it will be executed. So that means any number that is below 10 or it is 10, only then it will be executed. So this is greater than equal to, lesser than equal to. Now what is double equals to and what is not equals to? And by the way, exclamation mark and equal to is called as not equal to. So what are those? Let's see. A equal to 10 and a double equal to 10. Now these two statements have different meaning. What is the first meaning? So a equal to means assign. This statement means assign. So what this statement basically means is, from now a's value is 10. And what does this double equals to mean? This double equals to mean is a's value 10. It is a question mark. Now this is a statement, but this is a question mark. Is a's value 10? So double equals to is a condition that checks. This is a condition and it checks whether the value in the left hand is equals to the value is in the right hand, and it should be exact match. So if a's value is 10.1, then it will not take it. Only if the a's value is 10, only then it will be accepted, right? So this is double equals to. And what is not equal to? So instead of a double equal to 10, if I write a not equal to 10, then all this means is a's value not 10? If so, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Same over here as well. If a's value is 10, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So this is the basic concept of double equals to and not equal. Let's see them in action now. So instead of a not less than or equal to 10, I will write double equals to 10 and let's give it 110. So it will print nothing. But if I remove this extra 1, then it will print a. Similarly, if a not equals to 10, if I write not equal to 10, it will print nothing because a not equal to 10, this condition does not satisfy. A is actually 10. So if I write 110 again, This time it passes. So not equal to actually passes now because a is not equal to 10. So these are some basics of this. Now I will learn if, else, etc. with this if. So now, as you can see that if my not equals to, instead of that, if I write greater than, less than 10 and 10, what happens is it does not print anything, right? So to handle this, I can also write else, and then it will print something else, such as a is not less than 10. So now you can see a is not less than 10. So sometimes it can happen that you need to do a certain condition. If this condition happens, then I will do this, and if this condition doesn't happen, then I will execute this particular block. But this particular block will be executed only when the condition in the if does not happen. So what I mean is, if this condition happens, let's say this condition is a happens, then we will do certain codes, which is this is a code block, else we will do certain other codes. So that means is, if a happens, only then this code block will be executed, otherwise this code block will not be executed. If a happens, then this code block will be executed, and if a does not happen, then this code block will be executed if a does not happen. So that is why we use if and else. Now let's see nested if. First of all, let me write number n equal to something, a random number. Let's say 1, 2, 3. So what I am going to test through this is if the number is positive and it is even. So how will I do that? So there are multiple ways to do this particular problem, but here I am showing you this with nested if. So nested word means inside something. So let me draw this and show you. So if this is one thing, and nested means this is something inside this is something inside this. Okay, let me draw the lines, then you can understand. So this particular thing is inside this big thing, and this particular thing is inside this big thing, which is inside this big thing. Understand? So this is nested thing, and nested if will have such things. You will understand. So if num greater than 0, that means the number is positive. Positive numbers are those which are greater than 0. Negative are those which are lesser than 0, right? So if the number is greater than 0, then again we will check another thing, that is num %2 double equals to 0. Remember I showed you percent means modulus, and modulus always returns remainder. So a number which is divisible by 2, that means a number which returns a remainder of 0 is an even number, we all know. Then I will print positive and even. Otherwise, I will print positive but not even. Why so? Because see, if num %2 is double equals to 0, that means this is an even, checking if the number is even or not. If the condition matches, then we will print positive and even. However, this else belongs to this particular if, where even is getting checked. So here, this else is already inside this if, right? So that means the number is positive already. However, if this condition of num greater than 0 never matches, so this condition does not, if our number is not greater than 0, then we will skip this entire code block and we will directly go to this else code block. So here we will write negative, and let's see what it returns. So it returns positive but not even. So instead of 123, if I give 124, then it returns positive and even. And if I give a minus sign before it, then it returns negative. So let's see another example, and this time it will be Elif. What is this basically? So let me give you a classic example. So if marks greater than or equal to 90, then we will print grade A. Elif, that means else if marks greater than or equal to 75, then we will print grade B. Now what does this elif means here? So either you do this one or you do this one or you do something else. So elif basically means this is another if statement changed with else. Instead of, see, let me draw again. If is one code block, here we will have one code block, and else we will have another code block. So only two code blocks can be executed with if else, but with if else and elif there can be one code block, then elif there can be another code block, and then as many elif as we want. We can have another elif, then we can have another elif. So that means the first if, and then there is chained ifs. These are also if statement only. This means else if. So these are also if statement only. We can have multiple elif commands, and then finally we can have else. We can also skip this else, but we can also have this else. So just count how many code blocks are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can have multiple code blocks instead of just two. So that is why we use elif. So another elif, we will have marks greater than or equal to. Now we can have only one elif or we can have multiple elifs. That is up to you. So here you can see that since our marks is greater than or equal to 75, so we get grade B. If I increase the marks to 95, then it should give grade A, and it gives grade A. And if I reduce it to 65, then it should just give pass. That is what it is giving. And if I reduce it to, let's say, 45, it gives failed. Oh my god. So this is what elif is. Now till now we have done if, elif, else, and also we have done this. Now some more things that I want to share with you about if is, this is known as shorthand if. If you want to print certain thing, let's say print pass. Let's say we use this one only as an example. If marks greater than 60, else print fail. Let's see what it returns, and it returns fail because we have marks as 45. So if I increase it to 75, let's say marks, so I updated the marks, and now if I click on this one, then it will show pass. So if I give it again, I give it 35 and I have to run it again, and then if I run it, then it will give fail. So you get the point. So this is known as shorthand if technique. Shorthand technique. So in one line only you can do this if else, right? You can also do this one, this particular statement, you can also do it here. So you can see you can also do this in one line. So this is known as shorthand technique. We will also do some logical operations. So what are these logical operations? And, or, and not. Let's see them in details. So you remember this example, right? And here I showed you there are multiple ways to do this one. So let's do this one in the second way where we use and. So if num greater than 0 and num percent 2 double equals to 0, then print positive. And else, instead of else we will use elif here, and elif num greater than 0 and not num percent 2 double equals to 0, then it will print positive but not even. Finally it will print else negative. So let's see, it again returns negative, and now it will return positive and even, and if I remove this, then it becomes positive but not even. So let's understand this example. So what happens is num greater than 0 and num percent 2 double equals to 0. So what that means is not only this condition but also this condition matches. Both these condition matches, only then we will print this one. Else if only this condition matches and not this condition matches. So this condition should not match, not this condition matches. Then we will print positive but not even, or else we will print negative. And I assign the value of a here as 20, which is greater than 10, which is lesser than 30, and it is not equals to 10. So it should return a because either this condition matches or this condition matches. Any of that condition matches will work. So either 20 So either it is double equals to 10 or it is lesser than 30. So now if I write 10, then it should pass. But if I write 5, this, okay, if I write 50, then it does not match this second condition and it definitely not matches the first condition as well. So let's see. And it does not print anything. So this is what OR is. So we basically learned AND, OR and NOT. So now we have done a lot of operations on numbers. Now let's learn strings. So what are strings? Strings are a sequence of characters. As I explained earlier, this one A is a character, A, B, H, I, K. This is a sequence of character. Here A, B, H, I, K, and these all five are different characters which are treated as strings. In other programming languages, you will find that this and this, that is a sequence of character and a single character, is treated differently. They have char and string. But in this programming language, Python, we treat both of them same. This is also a string, this is also a string, right? So let's see them in action. So if I write name, we give the variable's name as name and then write my name, that is abhik, and then print it. Then you will see that the name is abhik, that is printed here. Now what if I want to have multiple lines in my string? This is a single line string, right? What if I write abhik is a good man? So this is a one line. What if I want to have multiple lines? And by multiple lines, I mean abhik is a good man. Write this. That is one line is here, then another line is in the next line. How to do that? Now there are two ways to do this. The first way and the easy way is to use escape characters. This way, it is actually a single line, but I have used this n and this slash n is a escape character. We will learn escape character in details later on. So this means this slash n means new line. So when it is getting printed, it will have a new line over here. Another way to do that is remove this slash n and you can see here we get an error. The error is string literally is unterminated, so it should have this inverted comma over here only. So instead of that, what I will do is I will add two more inverted commas over here, and these are single inverted commas, and then I will add two more here as well. Now one thing that is very important to note, a string can be denoted as this single inverted commas. It can also be denoted as this double inverted commas, and for a multiple line, this can be like this or this can be like this. These are single inverted commas and these are double inverted commas. Keep these in mind, right? So I have written single inverted commas and now if I print it, then you can see that these are multi-line statements. So multi-line is working. Now instead of triple quotes like this, let me show you in the double quote format. It is still working, and if I remove them, this is also working. So let's say I write this string abhik is learning Python. Okay, and I print it. Now, what if I want to know how many characters are there in this string? How to do that? So to do that, I can write len, then wrap the name of the string. So what this basically means is len means length of the string. So if you hover over this len, you can see it takes some time to load, and then it actually says it returns the number of items in a container. So one thing that you should keep in mind that strings and lists are very similar. So when it says number of items in a container, it also means that it will return the number of items in a list. We will talk about lists later. Anyway, so let's see this. So you can see it says 24 characters are there. So does this include the space also? Yes, it includes the space. So if you remove the space over here and over here and over here as well, so it should show 24 minus 3 because we removed 3 spaces. So it should be 21. Let's see. And you can see it shows 21. So let me give them the spaces back. So what if we want to count the number of words in a sentence? So this is a sentence. Let me rename this. So this is a sentence, right? And what if I want to count the number of characters, number of words in a sentence? So there is a simple algorithm for that, and the algorithm is nothing but you just need to count the number of spaces. So in normally in English sentences, each word is separated by spaces. So see, here is a space and it separates this abhik and is. Similarly here it separates is and learning. So how many spaces should be there? There are three spaces, but there are four words, right? So we need to count the number of spaces and then we need to add one to it. Then we will get the number of words in a sentence. Let me show you. So let's say number of words, number of spaces actually, number of spaces, and that should be how to find out number of spaces. So what I will do is sentence, we will take the string and then I will use count. Now this count is a method inside a string. This is a built-in method. As you can see, it is a built-in method of the string object, right? So it takes up parameters. What is the parameter? Parameters is the character that we are trying to find. And what does this count do? This count counts the number of occurrences of this character. So if I give the space over here, it will count how many spaces are there in this string. So instead of length of sentence, we will print number of space. And by the way, to autocomplete in Google Colab, you need to press Ctrl plus period. So let's see. So it shows there are three spaces, right? Now what we need to do is we need to print the number of words. So number of words, that is number of spaces plus 1, right? Plus 1. So this should give number of words, and you can see it gives number of words as 4. So we have 4 words. What if I change this sentence to a new sentence? Let me write a new sentence and let's see what it returns. So it returns 6. Please is one word, like is second word, share is third word, comment is fourth word, and is fifth word, and subscribe is sixth word. So we have 6 words. So this works for any sentence. This is a very simple for, let's say, if I have, let's see, it returns 9. So there are 9 sentences. So it actually works. So now what if there are multiple spaces above and below the in the starting of the string and in the ending of the string? Now this happens multiple times, and let's say I give you an example. Let's say he is posting a tweet on a Twitter, and this tweet is filled with spaces at the beginning and at the end. Now when you are going to show this tweet to every user over Twitter, what you are supposed to do is to remove these spaces. How to do that? There is a simple way to do that. That is another method, and this method is sentence.strip. Let's see, and you can see that the strings are removed, spaces are removed. Now you will definitely not understand this, so I will remove the sentence dot strip and I will show you the original one first. And you can see there are lots of spaces at the beginning and there are a lot of spaces at the end as well. Now if I return the sentence dot strip and then I press enter, what happens is there is no space at the end and there is no space at the beginning as well. So these are some basic methods, and there are some more methods as well. And one more thing, you can chain certain methods. What does chain mean? Let me show you. So let's say this is already in lower case, right? So I want to do it in uppercase. I want to convert each and every word, like please should be in uppercase, like should be in uppercase, share should be in uppercase. How to do that? Now I already have called a method sentence.strip, and then I am calling another method sentence.upper. How will this work? This particular thing, that one method after the other, is known as chain. And let's see what it returns. So as you can see, it returns every word in capital letters or uppercase. We can also do it in lowercase. So as you can see, each I is in capital letter. Let's say free should be in complete capital letters, and let's see how it changes it to lowercase. And you can see each and every word is in lowercase. Now let me explain you certain things. What are methods? So methods are functions for a object. What are objects? Objects are a particular entity of a class. Now what are classes? These all things I will explain in the later part of this video, where I will create certain classes, then I will create certain objects for these classes, and I will use some methods. But for now, let me tell you this. String is an object, and this string object is str, known as str object. Now this object has certain methods. Methods are functions, nothing but functions. We are talking about an object known as dog. Now what are the methods this dog can have? The dog can bark, the dog can lick its owner, the dog also do this tail thing. So tail, let's say tailing. I don't know what it is called, so let's say tailing. So this dog is a object, and all these things are methods, that is things that this dog can do, right? Similarly here, string object is there, and this string object can do certain methods like find, count. Len is not a method. Len is not a method exclusive to string. It is not at all. What is len? Len is a built-in function which returns the inside this whatever inside this len function, whatever we pass, it will return the number of items in that container. So we need to pass a container to this len. Okay, so there should be a container. We will learn about functions, how arguments are passed. We will learn all of them in details later. So let's focus on string first. So as I was saying, we have learned about lower and upper. Now, what if there are certain typos in our string? What are typos? Typos are spelling mistake. So let's say, so you can see this is a typo or spelling mistake. What am I supposed, how to, am I supposed to correct this? So let's say corrected version will be sentence dot replace. Now if you have used Microsoft Word or any other word processing application like Google Doc, you know find and replace. Here we do the same thing. We don't write find and replace, we directly replace. How? Let's say we give the wrong string, and then I will give the right string, and then I will print both the statements. Okay, the first sentence is already getting printed, so I will print the second sentence. Let's see. And you can see that the correct version is also getting shown and the wrong version is also getting shown. Now, do you notice one thing about this? See, notice carefully. Here, when we are printing this, our string is having it as small, but here I is original string. When we wrote it, I is capital letters, right? But when we're printing it, the first string, which is this sentence.strip.lower, it is in small letters, all of them. However, when we are correcting this, that is this same sentence, we see that I is in its original form, and it is actually in its original form only. Why is that? So let me explain this thing in a detailed way. Things are immutable. What are immutable stuff? So immutable means it cannot be changed. Immutable means it cannot be changed. So if I write a string, let's say S1 is let's say abhik, and A is in capital letter. So if I write as S2 and then I perform certain methods on it, let's say lower, upper, whatever, what does they do? What they do is these both of them, they return a new string with the formatting that we have said here. So lower means we are formatting the string to from uppercase letter to a lowercase letter, right? So this is a formatting thing going on, and this formatting is done to a new string. So we take this s1 string, s1, then we create a new string out of it, or you can say a copy or clone, and then we perform the operation that is lower, and then we produce this new string, that is this s1 copy, we produce this as the new string. And this, if you save this in a variable, let's say s2, then you can use it for other purposes. But the original s1, this never this never changes. This thing is known as immutability. There are certain other data types in our Python programming languages which are immutable, and opposite of mutability is mutable. Mutable means it can be changed or mutated. Immutable means it does not change. So I hope this is clear to you that a string does not change. So the original value of the string never changes, but it gets copied and then the methods are applied on this copy. Okay, so let's see. So what if, when I am replacing, what if I give all in small instead of FERE, which is the original version? What if I give all in small? What will happen then? You can see it just does not get changed. Why? Because this string should be exactly matching this particular string, right? So for when we need to do this kind of stuff, and because of case sensitive cases, we could not replace. So for that, instead of sentence, we could use something like s copy, and then we could apply them on this s copy. Then you can see that it gets completely updated to this free. Spelling mistake is corrected here. So I hope you understand these things. So after replacing the typos and all, let me show some more stuff. So now let's learn about a topic known as concatenation. What is that topic? That is a very popular topic related to strings, and let's learn them. So let's say I have a string, let's say is1, which is, let's say, my name abhik, and I have another string which is my surname, that is Bhattacharya. Now I want to print both of them together. I can have s1 comma s2. I can print both of them together, and this shows the my full name without any comma, obviously. But what if I want to have a separate string and I want to have both this content of both these strings? Now what should I do? I can do a lot of things, and the first thing is I will write s1 plus s2. This is the basic way of doing this, very basic way of concatenation. S3, and you can see that my entire name gets printed, and this new string has the content of both s1 and s2. This concatenation actually means adding two strings together. Concat word means adding two things together. However, there is no space in between. So to add space, we can do one more thing, that is I will add a little space string. So there are total three strings getting added now. S1, which is my name, space, which is the space obviously, and S2, that is my surname. So let's see what it does. Now it does have a space in between. Is there a better way to do this thing? Hell yeah. What is that? Let's say is 4, and there what we will do is we will have let's say we have a string, and inside string we have a curly braces, then we have another curly brace, and then what I do is this, there is a method in string, that is format. We just use this format method, and what I do is s1 comma s2. Let's, instead of printing s3, let's print s4 then, and let's see, and it prints the right things. But what if I do s2 and s1 like this? Then you can see that the order of the statements got changed. And by the way, this curly braces inside a string, let's say I also have a string like this, and you can see that the entire string gets printed with this is written. So when we add curly braces inside this string, and this curly braces is actually used for dynamic variables, the variables whose values can change, then these curly braces and this entire thing is known as interpolation, string interpolation. There is a better way to do this string interpolation. From Python 3.6 onwards, we have a better way of doing this string interpolation. How so? Let me create another string, and this is known as if strings. If, and then we have this string, and inside this string I will directly write s1, and then s2. This entire thing is also known as string interpolation, and this is the classic way of doing string interpolation. If you know JavaScript, then you might know that in JavaScript also we do this similar way. Similar way, not f strings, but that is some backticks and all, similar way. So let's print s5 now, and it prints the right. Anyway, we have now learned about formatting of strings as well as concatenation. Now let's learn another topic, that is slicing. Slicing is a very important topic, and let's say this is a string, and you can see each block over here. Let's say this each block actually represent a character. The first character is 3, then 1, then hyphen. Each of them represent a character, right? So each character has an index. What are index? Index are positions or address. So inside a string, at zeroth index we have 3. At 1 index we have 1. At 2 index we have hyphen. Like this. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have total of 9 characters. We have total of 10 characters, and among them, if I ask you what is the what is the character at index 8, then you can say 2. So to quickly reference each and every character inside a string, we use this indexing method, and this indexing is also used in list as well. But let's focus on strings first. So we know the index. Now, how does slicing work? So what does slicing actually mean, first of all? So slicing means, see, this is the original string. This is the original string, right? So what slicing means is we will create another new string out of this. Let's say this is S and this one is S1 or S copy. This new string will have elements from index we specify. So let's say we have original, and then inside third brackets we specify the starting index and the ending index. So that means, let's say I say the starting index to be 0 and the ending index to be 2, then s1's value will be 3 1 hyphen. This will be the s1's value. So we can specify that part of the string which we want to copy. So if I want to say, let's say I want to get a string up to this, that is 31 hyphen 12 hyphen till this, then I will specify 0, I will specify to the end to 5, and then it will give the string till the 5th index, right? But what if I give the starting index to be let's say 3, then it will give all the strings inside this 3, 4 and 5. So only 1, 2 and hyphen will be given. So this means we are not modifying the original string. We are copying, we are cloning the original string, and we only keep to that index. That is, we will give a limit till which we will copy. So we can copy from starting index to till the ending index. This is known as slicing. We get slice the string and keep a copy out of it, right? So how to do that in Python? Let's see. So let me give you example with this string example only. 31, 12, 20, 23. So what we want to get is we want to get day, month and year. Let me comment out both of them for now. And to comment out you use control slash. And then I will print each of them. So for now I will print day. What is day? I'm how to get day. To get day, I will use the date string and then I will use third brackets. That is how you format a string. And then I will go to the starting index. So the starting index is 0. That means from right from the starting index till is 31. So 1 is the one index. So I will write this, and if I click enter, then you can see only one index is getting shown. So that means that the ending index will not be shown. So this hyphen will not be shown if I go from 3 to 5. But the starting index will get shown, right? So I will go from the first two characters, that is 0, 1 and till 2, till second index. So from the starting index till the second index, all the elements will be shown till the 2 in index 2, not second index, 2, index 2. So if I do this, then you can see that 31 is getting shown. Similarly, if I do this for month, then what will get shown? So for month, I need to get 0, 1, 2 and then 3. So I need to start from 1, 3 till 5. So I will go 3 till 5. And then I will print the month as well. So the month is getting shown properly and we are omitting the hyphens. Similarly, we can do one more thing, that is, okay, I need to comment out this using control slash. So till this hyphen it is fifth index. Then this 2 starts at sixth index. So I will write 6 colon and 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? So I will write 9 over here and then I will go year. And then you can see that till 9 it is getting shown, but till 9 it is 202 only. So to get the 2023, I need to write 610. And then you can see that all the indexes 2023 is getting shown. So this is the basic of slicing. Instead of writing 0 here, if I remove this 0, what does that mean? That also means that starting from 0 till 2, that is the first two elements. So if I click enter, then also it runs perfectly. Then how to do that with the year? Because we just want the last 4 digits of the string, right? How to do that with the year? So to do that, we can have two ways to do that. The first way is to write 6 colon and then remove the last index. So what does that mean is, if after colon there is no index given, then it will return the last index. What is the last index over here? Till the last index is 9. And what is the length of the string? So the length of the string is, if you count this number of indexes, then it is 10. The length of the string is 10. So what it does when there is no colon given over here, left hand side we have a digit, that is our index, and we have nothing on the right hand side. What it assumes is, this assumes that from 6 till length, from 6 till the length of the string, length of date. And what is the length of date? Length of date is 10. So it will go from 6 till the date, 10. So let's see it in action. It still works. Another way to do this thing is, instead of 6, I just want the last 4 digits. So I will do negative 4. And why negative 4? Negative 4 means that from the last colon, since there is nothing in, after colon, so that means it is the length of the string, from length of the string till the it goes from like this, it goes from right to left, and from right to left the 4 digits. That is why minus sign is given. Minus sign means from right to left. So it will work as expected. I think it seems it works perfectly. What if I give date and after colon I give -2? What will happen then? Well, it will return, as you can see, it returns all the elements right from the beginning, that is from 0 index, all the elements until the last 2 digits. So what it actually means is, if I give positive numbers, then the slicing goes from left to right. If I give negative numbers, then the slicing goes from right to left. And the position of the colon also matters. So if there is a negative number after colon, that is on the right hand side, then it will go from left to right until the last 2 digits, or until the index you have mentioned with negative. But if there is a negative number and it is on the left hand side, then what it does is it will start from the right hand side until the number of digits or number of characters you have written there, and then it will stop. So as you can see, it works perfectly. So this is about slicing. Now there are certain more things about slicing. Let me show you a practical program. So let's say I have a string known as email. What I am trying to do in this program is I am trying to find the domain of the email address. Okay, so how to do that? So to do that, first step I will do is I will check if it is email or not. Then if I get that whether it is email or not, what will I do? I will get the @ symbol. Why? Because when I get the @ symbol, after that, if you see your email address also, you will see that anything after that @ symbol is the domain address. Get the index of @ symbol. And finally, what I will do is I will get everything after the @ symbol. And how will I get that? I will use this slicing method. So I will get everything, the domain. Finally, I will get the domain finally. Right? How to do that now? Let's do it. So the first thing is I will use if statements to get the @ symbol. But how will I get the @ symbol to check whether it is email or not? To check whether it is email or not, I will leverage the @ symbol. If there is a at the rate at the inside the string, then it is a email address. Otherwise, it is not email address. But how will I get that? Remember, I taught you this count. This count gives the occurrences of an address. So let's say if I have this email.count, let's say @ instead of if. Now let me show you one thing. Let me print this out. So it gives you 1. So uh, if the email.count is 1, that means there is @ symbol over here. So if it is 1, then we will ensure that yes, there is one @ symbol, then therefore it is definitely an email address. So let's do that. If email @count, then what I will do is I will print this email address. But printing this email address, we already know what this email address is. So there is no need of printing this email address. Rather, what I want to do, we want to get the index of this @ because we have already checked with this is email address. But now we want to get the index of this email address, @. Now, how to get the index of this email @ symbol? Count does not return this, right? Count returns the number of occurrences, but not the index of a @ symbol or any symbol or any character. Then how to do that? To do that, we use find method. So if I write email.find and then I write @, then it will give me the index of this symbol, which is 6. So abhik is 5, then this is 5, and then this is 6. 6 index, we have this symbol. Now, what if I don't have this symbol? What will happen then? Then it will print nothing, obviously, because there is count is 0, right? So if the count is greater than 1, only then we will do this. Otherwise, we will do something like no email address. No email address. Okay. Now we get this index. So I will save this at index. I will give this a name index, and I will save this as save this value of the index at index value. Why? Because now we will use we will get the domain by slicing. How so? So I will write domain equal to email and then slicing. So the slicing will start from the index till the ending of that index. So it will start at the red symbol over here. It will start from this index and till the end of this index. So I will write colon and I will leave it. That means it will take up that we need to find the end of the address. We will do till the end of the address. Then I will print the domain. Let's see it in action now. Okay, so there is a problem. I actually wrote greater than 1, but it should not be greater than 1. Now you can see that @domain is getting shown. However, we don't want that symbol. We just want the domain.com. So for that, I will increase the index to +1. So it will start from this D and till this end of this string. Now as I do that, you can see domain.com is getting shown. Now one more thing we need to do. So now you have also learned find. So what are the things we have learned total? We have learned string, multi-line, we have learned length, we have learned strip, count, lower, upper, replacing, slicing, indexing, finding, and formatting, concatenating as well. So what are the next steps? Go to a new tab and then type string methods in Python. And then you can go to this website. I will link this down below, string methods, and there this is the official documentation of Python, and you can learn a lot about these methods. I have already taught you some of them. You can learn a lot from this document, and I encourage you to go visit this website. And you don't need to memorize each and every string method, but keep this as a reference. Bookmark this and keep this website as a reference, this page, so that whenever you get stuck, you can open this and you can use this as a reference to fix your problems, right? So now let me show you two more important things. One is membership functions or membership. What is membership? So let's say in our email example, we want to only allow, let's say every user is signing up with their email ID, right? And we want to allow only email users whose email ID has a specific domain. Now we already get the domain throughout this example, right? We can do two things. Now we can directly check if the domain double equals to our specific domain that we can give, or we can do one more thing. Instead of doing all these and getting our domain, we can do one more thing. That is, if our specific domain, which is domain.com, in email, then we will print allowed. otherwise we will print not allowed. So as our example says that we will allow only those users which has this specific domain, right? For those we will allow and not allowed. So let's see. If I see here, you can see it is allowed. Now what if I change the domain? So if I change the domain to gmail.com, and by the way, this is not my real email ID. I don't even know whose email ID this is. So don't email me there, okay? So if I run, then you can see that gmail.com is not allowed. So what this does is specifically it checks if a particular string or a particular substring, we call this substring, is present in a string. So what is a substring? So let's say I write a string that is abhik, and I get a specific portion of the string that is hik. So this hik is a known as a substring because it is a specific portion of a bigger string. It is a specific portion of a bigger string. That is why it is called as substring. And the entire string is known as string, right? So another thing that I am going to show is, let's say I want to print a specific thing multiple times. So let's say I want to print week multiple times. I can multiply a string by 5 or any number, and this will repeat that string. As you can see, obhik is getting repeated. So if I give a space here, you can understand it better. So you can see it prints and it becomes a pattern like thing, right? So these are the things that I wanted to show you about string. Now let's dive deep into loop. What are loop? Loop are used to repeat a particular code block. Let me show you. So let's say we have a particular code block over here, and I am representing a particular code block by this box. Okay, this is a code block, let's say, and we want to repeat this code block multiple times. Let's say 2 times, 3 times. Now we can manually write this code multiple times. That can work. However, if it is about 100 times, let's say if I want to print this obhik statement 100 times, this entire line, so I can manually write this print obhik, print obhik, print obhik, write that, or I can use a loop. Loop is basically, this is a code block, and this above statement will make sure, this above statement will be a loop, and this loop will make sure as long as the loop runs, this code block will be running. So there will be a condition given, and as long as this condition is getting met, the below code block will be executed. Now if you remember, we also had if else, that was also a condition block. How is it different from this loop? The difference is, if something happens, if a condition happens, then a particular code block will be executed. But here, this loop, inside this loop, this condition is going to happen, and it is ensured that this condition is going to happen. And as long as this condition is going to happen, we will repeat. We will not just executing. We will repeat execution of this code block as long as this condition keeps on happening. So how many types of loops are there? There are 2 types of loops, for and while. So here we will deal with, first we will deal with while loop. So the syntax of while loop is, I will write the keyword while, and then I will write a condition. So let's give it a condition. So before giving a condition, I will define a variable countdown, and then I will write 5. Okay, and then I will give the condition. So this is the conditions countdown greater than 0. Then what will happen? What will happen is we will print. So countdown is 5, and we will print, if the countdown is greater than 0, then we will keep on printing Happy New Year. That is the purpose of this while loop. Now let's see. So we are this code is supposed to print 5 times Happy New Year, right? So as you see that this code is keep on running, and this Happy New Year is getting on printed continuously. Why is that? That is because we have written countdown is greater than 0 and 5 is greater than 0. But 5 neither reduces nor increases. That means 5 is always greater than 0 and this keeps on printing forever. This is known as infinite loop. We are not supposed to do here infinite loop. We are just supposed to print Happy New Year 5 times. So how to do that? So we need to handle this countdown as well. So once this countdown print is done, then what we will do is we will reduce the countdown. Countdown equals to countdown -1. Now we will run this code once again. Actually, I will copy this entire thing and I will delete this cell because it has gone to infinite loop and there is no way recovering it. So let's see now. I'm writing this code and you can see it prints only 5 times. So what this happens, understand. So when initially the countdown is 5, right? So it checks while this variable I am writing CO is greater than 0, then it will print, right? So for first time it is 5, so it checks is it greater than 0? Yes, it is greater than 0. So it gets printed. Next time it's then what I do is we decrease countdown's value by 1. So this is countdown's original value, which is 5, and this is -1. That means 4, and 4 is getting reassigned to countdown. So that means countdown's new value is 4. Now is 4 greater than 0? Yes. So it will print again. Now similarly, it will reduce again back to 3. Now is 3 less than 0? Obviously. Similarly, we will do it with 2 and we will do it with 1. Now after 1, what happens is 1 minus 1 is 0. So countdown's new value will get 0. Now is 0 greater than 0? Definitely not. 0 is 0. Neither greater nor less than 0. So we will stop printing then and there. This is the main idea or concept behind loop. Whether it is while loop or is it for loop, the conditions, this execution is done in this way only. Right? So this is the while loop. Now, there are some things I need to explain, which I earlier did not explain properly. That is, what if this print is actually having two spaces? You can see two dots over here. That means two spaces are there. What if I screw up the space? What will happen? You can see a squiggly line, and that says unexpected indentation. Now, even if I ignore this and try to run this code block, what will happen? It will give me a indentation error, that is unexpected indent. So always make sure that indentation is done properly. So if without indentation there will be always be an error in Python. So when I do the indentation properly, you can see it gets printed 5 times. Now one more thing, does it only happen for less than 0? Does it not happen for greater than? Well, yes, it can happen for greater than. If it is greater than 5, then I will reverse the numbers. Okay, so countdown will be 0 and this will be 5. So if it is greater than 5, then we will stop printing, and instead of countdown -1, we will need to increase that. Let's see. Well, it does not work. Why? If countdown is less than 5, only then it will print. So this works perfectly. Now we can do some more examples. So let's do some more examples now. So let's say I am trying to print natural numbers from 1 to 10. So I again give a number. Let's say I give a number I equal to 0. And by the way, whenever we use loop in any programming languages, you will see that I and j are primarily used. Why is that? I actually stands for index, and because the next alphabet to I is J in our alphabet series in English, that is why we always use I and J like that. Okay. So anyway, that was a bonus tip. Anyway, while I is less than 10, then what we will do? We will first keep on increasing I. We will keep on increasing I, and before we keep on increasing I, we will actually check. So what does this code mean? So this code means we are trying to print all the odd numbers over here, and we will skip all the even numbers. And what does this continue statement does? This continue statement, what it does is it checks a loop, and if there is a continue statement, then it keeps on reiterating, and each and every time this whole while loop executes this code block, every time it executes this code block, each and every time is known as iteration. So for each iteration, if the code block stumbles upon this continue statement, it will start the next iteration. You will skip the current code block and it will start the next iteration. So let's see this in action. So let me explain you this code in details. What does this do? So what it does is I first initialize the I variable with 0. Then I keep a condition that I should always be less than 10. Only then execute this entire code block. Otherwise, stop executing this code block. Right? So here, the first if statement I check if I%2 double equals to 0. That means, is the number even? If yes, then increase this number by 1 and continue with the next iteration. And next iteration of who? Next iteration of this while loop. It will not go to the else statement or anything, or not even this I plus 1. It will, whenever this continue hits, it will directly go to the next loop. That is, I will turn into 1 and then it will start again checking if I%2 is double equals to 0 or not. If I%2 double equals to 0 is not true, if the condition is not met, then it will go to else statement, it will print this I, and then it will come to this statement and it will increase the I by 1. So you can see as the result, only odd numbers are getting printed, 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. Only odd numbers gets printed. Now let me show you the break statement. What does break statement means? So again I take I, and this time also I will so again I take I and I will be 0 again. This time let's say we are trying to the user actually gives an input number and we try to see whether this number is there in the list or not. So instead of using list, we are using a workaround over here because I will be teaching you list later on. So we do while loop I less than 20, let's say, and if I matches with the user given number, so let's say the input which will be user given number, but here I am giving a number, let's say 20. 20 is the number, then I will give 70. If I equals to input double equals to input, then we will give break, and finally we will print I. Otherwise we will keep on printing I. Actually I will print the I over here before breaking. Otherwise we will keep on printing I. So what does this code basically do? I am explaining. So what I do is I will initialize the I equal to 0 and then I will actually write input. Input will be 17 and this can be any number, but right now I am mimicking that user input is given 17. I will teach you how to take user input later on. So here what I do is while I less than 20, that is I am setting a limit that for the first 20 digits we will check, we will run a loop and we will check each and every number and we will match them with the user given input. If the user input matches, we will stop the loop then and there. Otherwise, we will keep on running the loop. I plus 1. And there is one more shorthand formula for this one as well. I, instead of writing I equal to I plus 1, what I can write is I plus equal to 1. What this does? This does is increments the value of I by 1. So I will copy this code. I will delete this cell. I will rebuild a cell again, and I will paste the code over here, and let's see. So it keeps on printing from 0 till 17, and only when 17 reaches, it stops the loop. Now, if I don't write this break statement over here, what it does is, let me show you that one as well. It says 17 is found, but it keeps on printing. It even prints the 17 once again. And it keeps on printing 18, 19 till the 20 number is reached. It keeps on printing. Now, this might seem harmless when it is just 20 digits. But think, if you are doing a loop, you have a data in your users database, and there are, say, millions of users in your data, and you are trying to loop from each user, which you will not do, but let's say you are trying to loop for each user, and for each user you are trying to match whether the searched user is present in the user database or not. And even after you find it, still the loop keeps on running till the last user is checked or not. Is that a good thing? Definitely not. It will be very memory resource hungry, right? So we need to use the break statement to break as soon as we find the target. So for that we are using this break statement. So instead of 17, if I write it, let's say 2, you can see the loop just runs for 3 times and then it closes completely. So this actually benefits our memory CPU in long run, right? So now let's learn the for loop. What is the basic syntax of the for loop? So I will write for, and notice I do not initialize the I variable here. In while loop, I need to initialize the I variable earlier, but here I don't need to do that. For I in range 3, let's say. Instead of writing I less than 20 or I less than this, that, no need. Here we will use a new function known as range. And what is range? I will show you later on. I will explain you what the capabilities of range is later on. Basically, understand range means starting from 0 till the number we have mentioned, but not that number. Okay, let me explain you. So what range function does is, let's say I give 3 over here. So what it will do is, it will start from 0, 1, 2, not 3, just 0, 1, 2. So the formula is, if range is n, then it will run from 0 till n minus 1. This is the formula. So here it will run from 0 till n minus 1. That is 2 here. We will print I. And you can see 0, 1, 2. Now the benefit of this is one more thing, that is we don't need to increment or decrement. It will do it on its own, right? Now, right now we will be only working with increment. Later on when I show you the details of range, I will show you the decrement part as well. It can work with strings as well. So let's say I write for char in, let's say a string, I give a string abhik. Let's say I print that char. For each character, it will print each and every character in the string. As you can see, A, B, H, I, K, all the characters gets printed in that string, right? So this works with strings as well. Now, one more thing that I want to show you is about this for loop using else. What is for and else? Let's see. So let's say, let me give you the example first, what we are trying to do. So let's say a user fills a form in our website. Let's say he fills a form in our website, and he tries to upload this form to our database, right? He tries to upload this form in our database. However, he attempts for let's say he attempts for 3 times, and every time he fails. So our system needs to return a response to him that our attempts have failed. And if he gets succeeded at, let's say, first attempt or second attempt or maybe at the third attempt, then our system will return a response of success. How to do that? Using for loop. Now understand this. This is not production quality code. This is just a basic example. So for I in range 3, that means it will try for 3 times. One more thing, for this example we are trying to say if success is true, then we will print that it has happened. Upload is true, let's say upload is true, then we will print that upload has happened. I will explain what I'm doing as I keep on doing. If upload, then print success, comma I. Otherwise else, and this else is not related to the if, this else is related to the for. It will print failed. What does this mean? Does this code actually means? We don't need this user value over here. Actually, that's redundant. So what happens over here is we loop for the 3 times. This code is looped for 3 times, and if it gets uploaded, then it will print the success and the attempt number. Otherwise, if this for the 3 times this upload does not return true, or this is always false, this for the 3 times we do not get a success, then what will happen is it will directly go to the else statement and it will execute the code block inside this else statement. So let me run this upload. Let me turn this to false. And one more thing, this false value or true values are known as booleans. Booleans are values known as either true or false. These will have only 2 values, either true or false, either 1 or 0, either high or low. This is what boolean is. So it says failed. But what if our upload is set to true? Then here it will say 0, success 0, success 1, success 2, and then it shows failed. But it should not say failed, right? It should directly say success. So for that you need to break. You need to use the break statement over here. This will then stop. And you can see at the first attempt only it gets succeeded. What if it keeps on uploading? In reality what happens is it keeps on attempting, and once the upload returns the response, it will happen over here only, not outside this for loop. It will happen inside this for loop only. And once it returns the response, then it will stop attempting. That is, it will use the break block. And the break block stops the entire loop and breaks the entire loop completely, right? So now let's learn a little bit more about range. So again I use this range. Let's say I want to give a starting value now. So I can give a starting value of, let's say, 2 and till 5. And one more thing we can give inside this range. 5 means the last digit, 2 means the starting digit, and we can give steps. What are steps? Let's say normally it gets incremented by 1. You remember here I was incrementing by 1. Here we can increment by 1, or we can increment by 2, or any digit you want to give. For now let's keep it on 1 and let's see printing. So I print I, and you can see it gets printed 2, 3 and 4. What if I increase this number to, let's say, 10, and I increase this from 1 to 2? What will happen? It will only print 2, 4, 6 and 8. So does it keep on increasing only? It can decrease also. How so? Let me show you. So instead of 2 I will write 10 here, and instead of 10 I will write 2 here. And here I have written 2. So let's see what happens. It does not return anything. But here we need to specify the -2 also. Then it will keep on decreasing. You can see 10, 8, 6 and 4. It will come till 2, but it will not take 2 because n-1, as I said earlier, right? So instead of 2 you can do 3 also, -3. It does that one as well. And here to do this there is another way as well. Instead of using this 10, 2 and minus 3, now notice 10, 2 and minus 3 returns 10, 7 and 4, right? Instead of doing this, we can do one more thing, 2, 10, 3. And it will return 2, 5 and 8, and we can reverse this one as well. Reversed and wrap this. This reversed function, what it does is, it returns a reverse iterator. What is a iterator? Iterator means an object which has certain values, and these values are unpacked using this for loop. And then each character or each value in that values group will be represented by this I, and this I will get printed. So let's see. So it prints 8, 5 and 2. But it does not decrement 10 by 3 step. What it does is it takes this range 2, 10 and 3 and then it reverses it and then it prints that reverse. Okay. So we can use this reversed in another thing as well. What is that? That is strings. How so? So let me show you. Let's say this string is abhik, and for each character in abhik, what I want to do is I want to reverse. For I in A, actually, A is my name. What I want to do is I want to reverse. Actually, reversed A. For I in reversed A, what I want to do is I want to print that character. What it does is it prints each character one by one. What if I want to reverse my name? So my name is Ubik and I want to reverse it to Kiba. How to do that? So instead of printing it here, what I will do is I will print another thing. And here, what I will do is I will first of all I will take another string, that is reverse, let's say rev, and I will initialize it as an empty string. And over here, what I will do is I will add these characters one by one. So what happens is each and every character that is this reversed A returns, we will add each and every character one by one to the reverse string, and then we will print the reverse string. So what will it do? So I give the input obhik, but it returns the output as KIHVA. So it has reversed my string completely. So this is another thing about string. You can easily reverse a string. So now let's learn nested loops. What are nested loops? Nested loop means one loop inside another loop. So there will be a parent loop, then will be a child loop. There can be another child loop inside this second loop. There can be another loop. So like this, box inside box, box inside box, like that, loop inside loop, loop inside loop. Let me show you them. So we are using for loop over here. So for I in range 5, that means it will run from 0 to 4. Inside that, what I will do is I will first print this I. Then what I will do is I will print another thing, that is for j in range I. What will this do? This will keep on printing for inside. So the first loop is I and the second loop is running by j. What will do is it will run till I. I am explaining you, don't worry. And then I will print I and j together. So let me show you the output and then I will explain. So what happens is for the first time it will run I in range 5 and then it will run in range I. That means I will be whatever the value of I, it will run till then. So what happens is for the first time I's value is, wait a second, I's value is 0, J's value is also 0. So j will run till 0 and actually it will not run till 0, it will run till -1. Why? Because n-1, remember the formula for range is n-1 as I showed you earlier. So our loop cannot run from 0 to -1. That is not going to happen over here since we do not have a decrement operator set over here, right? So what will happen is it will skip that one. That is why you can see there is 0 but there is no j printed. But as soon as I gets incremented to 1, you can see 1 and 0 is printed. So that means this 1 is actually this statement and this 1 0 is this statement. So as soon as I becomes 1, j will run from 0 till 1. That means it will print only for one time. Then I becomes 2, and now j becomes 0 till 2. That means 0, 1, 2. That means it will print for 2 times. You can see it becomes 2, so it will print 2 from 0, 2 and 1. Oh, actually it will print from 0 to till 0. That is one time. And these will print from 0 till 1 because n minus 1, remember? So that is why it will print 2 times only, 0 and 1. Now I becomes 3. That means it will print from 0 till 2. That means 3 times, 0, 1, 2, 3 times. Finally I becomes 4. So that means j will print from 0 till 3. That means 0, 1, 2, 3. 4 times. Let me show you. So first time 0 prints, there is no printing of I, and there is one I prints, but j does not print. When I becomes 1, j will print for one time, 1 and 0. When I becomes 2, j will print for 2 times, that is 2, 0 and 2, 1. Then it becomes I becomes 3. So j will print for 3 times, 3, 0, 3, 1, 3, 2. 3 times. Now I becomes 4. So for j will print for 4 times. 4, 0, 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 3. This is what nested loop is, and we can leverage this nested loop to create pattern programs. Now let me show you one pattern program. And what is the pattern we are trying to build? We are trying to build, wait a second. We are trying to build this pattern of log, you can see. So let me show you how to build this one. So I am going to use this loop only to build this. So you can see here we have how many rows? We have 5 rows. We have 5 rows and we have 5 columns. What are rows? Rows are horizontal lines like this, from left to right or from right to left. This is known as horizontal lines. And what are columns? Columns are vertical lines from top to bottom or bottom to top. These are columns. So these are columns and these are rows, right? So how many are there? 5 rows are there and 5 columns are there. So that means I need to print, but you can see that each row has, so for the first row there is only 1 printed. For the second row there is only 2 printed. So for the third row there is 3 printed. Fourth row 4 printed. Fifth row 5 printed. Right? So who is going to print this? Not this I. This I is not going to print this. Only this inside this j row j iteration, that is this nested iteration, only there it will be printed. So let me run this one first. And I will remove the j symbol over here, I and j, and instead of that I will use star for now. You will not understand anything because the stars get printed in a single line. What if we want to print each and every iteration, for each and every iteration, for each and every j, we want to print the stars in single line? How to do that? I can do end equal to space. This means that when the print statement is ending, it will use this end statement, and it will not default end statement is new line, that is /n. Instead of that, it will use space now. Let me show you. So unfortunately, it always prints in single line. Now here I can do one thing, that is I can print new line. So now you can see that our stars get printed properly. Now instead of star, if I use this symbol, it should also get printed, and it gets printed properly. But it is 4 only, not 5, like here shown. How so? Why so? Because I have I. I need to increment it to I plus 1. So let me show you now. Now it prints 5 times and the pattern is fulfilled. We have the same pattern over here. So let me explain you what happens. So in the first row, what is happening is for the first time we actually print n. Actually, if I remove this new line from here and I do it at the end of this, then what will happen is you will get uplifted, and now you can see it looks much better. So what it happens for the first time when I run, i's value is 0 and j's value is also 0, but j will run for the loop for I plus 1. So let me show you what happens actually. Here I equals to 0, but j equals to 0, but it will run for I plus 1. And what is I plus 1? I plus 1 is nothing but 0 plus 1, which is I plus 1 is 1. However, when we use range, we know n minus 1 happens. So 1 minus 1 is 0. 1 minus 1 is 0. So it will run for only one time. Let me explain you once again. So here range function we give I plus 1. I's value is 0 and I plus 1 means 1. But we know range means n minus 1. That is, if range is 5, then we will run till 4, not 5. 0 till 4. Similarly, here it will run from 0 till 0, not 0 plus 1, that is 1. It will not run till that. In the second iteration, I equals to 1, there j is still 0, and from 0 it will run from, see, now i's value is 1, so 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 minus 1 is 0. 2 minus 1 is actually 1. So it will run for 2 times, 0 and 1. Similarly, for the I equal to 3, it will run from c equal to 0 till 3 plus 1 is 4, 4 minus 1 is 3. So it will run from 0 to 3, that is 3 times. And that is how it works for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 times. That is how it works. So I hope you understand this pattern program right now. We will do some, and instead of this symbol, you can do any other symbol. And it will work perfectly. So till now, what we have done is we have given static values. That is, we have predefined or hard-coded the values over here. For example, this range 5. We could have used any number like 7, 8, any number. But we used 5 or any a number that is we are predefining in the code. Instead of that, now what we will learn is how to take input from user, and then we will use those values in our code. How to do that? So the first thing first is I will uh, let's say user input. There I will use this input. This input is a function and we will use this input. And there you can see it gives an error, and the error is object of type literal2 is not callable. What does that mean? Well, if you are following along throughout this tutorial, then you might have seen that we used input equals to 2, and then we also used input over here. So there was a program where we were using the break statement and we were using input. We will change this name to target. Why? Because this name actually input word is a reserved keyword. What are reserved keywords? Reserved keywords are those words which are reserved for usage by Python. We cannot use these as a variable or any other. We cannot use them for naming something, right? So that is why we will not use them for naming. So input is a reserved keyword. So now when I come back, you can see that the input does not have any error, no squiggly lines. So now we will print the user input, whatever we take. So it gives a text box over here, and you can see that it is kept on running. It does not stop running. So as long as we do not enter any number and press enter, it will keep on running. So I will give an user input, let's say abhik, and then I will press the enter key on our keyboard. This is important. That is how you input a user input. So then you can see it prints the user input and the code has been finished. It took 28 seconds to finish this code. However, when you rerun this code, you can see that there is just a text box, but there is nothing there, no message. What is this text box supposed to do? For that, what I will do is I will give a message to it, and the message can be enter a number. Let's say enter a number. Then the user will who is going to input our value will understand that okay, now we need to input a number over here, not a text value but a number. So let's run. So now you can give any number and it will print that number over here. So we are inputting a number, right? So let's do an arithmetic operation on this number. Let's say we multiply it by 2. Let's do that. I give 10 and then I try to multiply and it gives 1010. But it should actually give 20, right? 10 multiplied by 2 is 20. Then why is this 1010? So that means this is a string. The string gets repeated. Remember I taught you how to repeat a string using multiply symbol. Similarly here it gets repeated. So by default input uses it reads a string from standard input. So its default value is string. So to convert from string to any other data type, we will use type conversion. Now how to do type conversion? This is how. We will explicitly say that we want the input's value to be converted to this type. So what is type conversion? So type is like, let's say int, float, string. These are types, right? To convert from one type to another type, we use type conversion. This type conversion, so let's say I want to convert from int to string or string to int, then we will use type conversion. And inside the type conversion, so let's say the value is in string format, we will wrap them with our own format, that is int. So we want to convert from string to int. If I want to convert from int to string, then I will wrap it like this. So the value of int will be converted into string. The input returns a value which is a string value and we convert this into int value, integer value, right? So now let's see. I will give the input as 10 and it returns 20. So this is the basic of input. Now what if I want to do user input 1 multiplied by user input 2? So instead of giving this 2, we are giving this 2 hard coded, right? Whenever we write a value specifically into the code, then it is known as hard coded value. And when we give the value as user given value, user defined value, that is like this user input is user given value, then these values are known as dynamic values, right? So what if I want to give another dynamic or user given value over here? So for that we need to get another input. So let me change this name to A and I can have another input. So let's say B, and this I will copy this and paste it over here. Then I can do A into B. So I will get A let's say 12, B let's say 24, and it will multiply and it will give you the result. However, what if I want to do this in single line? How will I do that? So instead of doing it like this, what I will do is I will delete this one and I will do comma and B. What does this mean is, let me remove this int one as well and I will write split over here. Now I am explaining what does this mean. This means, let's say we give 3 values separated by space. 3 values separated by space. Then it will split, by default it will split all the values separating by space. Remember we did a program where we were counting the number of words by counting the number of spaces. Similarly here it will count the number of values given and then it will separate them based on the spaces. So what will this happen? Let me give you the print A and B. Instead of A comma B, let's print A and B. So let me show you that. So what happens is I give 12 and then 3, let's say, and it will print 12 and 3. That is what it happens. But now this value is in string, right? And if I wrap them is int, the entire thing as int, then also it throws an error. Why? Because int is not iterable. What are iterable? Iterable are those items or those values which can be looped. For example, let me show you. So for example, if I have a string over here, abhik, then each of these value is a separate value known as character, right? We do not have a character data type in our Python, but each of them are separate values inside a string. String and lists are very similar. I will teach lists next. So when we use the for loop for this, so for c in a b h I k, then it will print a, then b, then h. We have done this program, right? So that means this a b h I k entirely is known as iterable. This group of characters together is known as iterable. Similarly, a group of all items inside a list, so a list is a iterable. Similarly, the range function is also iterable because it returns all the values within a particular range, right? So int is not a iterable, so we cannot wrap them over int like this, because input.sleep will return an iterable of values, and those values are assigned to a and b. So the first value will be assigned to a, the second value will be assigned to b, right? So what we will do is we will wrap them over here, int a and int b. We will wrap them later on. After we get the unpacked value, then we will wrap them. And now I will do this multiplication and it should work perfectly. So let's see, 12 and 3. And it works perfectly. Now this entering within this space things looks a little bit dull. So let me do one thing, and I will give a new line so that it looks a little bit pretty. And here inside the split, I will specify the split operator. This is the split operator. What does that mean? Let me show you. So I write two numbers and I give a comma. So I write the first number, then I give a comma, then I give the second number. So this comma is the split operator over here. The left hand side of the comma will be a new value. The right hand side of the comma will be another value. Right? We have two values, so it will separate the two values based on this comma. So now I will press enter and it works as expected. Now does it work only for A and B? Well, no, it actually works for three values as well. So I will write enter three numbers over here and I will have another statement like this. Wait a second, see. So let's see. So it says input three numbers. I will give three numbers. Let's say 12, 10 and 4. And I will press enter and it gives 480, which works perfectly, right? We can have as many numbers as you want, but remember, always give that many numbers. So for example, I want three numbers, but I will, when I press enter, I actually give two numbers, then it will show an error. That is obvious because you want three numbers, then it will have another number as well. It will demand another number, but you will not get, because see, value error, not enough values to unpack. Expected 3 but got only 2. And this unpacking, that is this splitting these values into three different parts, is known as unpacking. So instead of this, if I would have done something like num, and let me comment out this one for now, and instead of that I will do print num, then you can see that, okay, let me give the numbers. This returns a list. So this is basically a list, and this list gets unpacked into three values. So the first value, second value and third value, right? So that is how this list works. So now enough talking about list. Let's see what lists are. So lists are nothing, but let's say I give a name list 1. Then I will have this third brackets. Lists are denoted by third brackets, and lists are nothing but arrays. In other programming languages we use array. In this programming language we use list. So let's give this list only 12, 3 and 10. and then we will print this one. You can see it prints correctly. What if I want to have only specific value of this list? So let's say each of these lists are having this slicing and indexing we taught in strings. Same thing over here. So for example, I want to see the index of 0. Then it will return 12. If I want to see the index at 3, then it will return nothing. Because there is no 3 over here. 0, 1 and 2. Even though there are 3 variables, but that is 0, 1 and 2. So I'll give 2 and it will return 10. Now I can also do length of the string. How so? I will do the len function which we used for string as well. We will do the same for list as well. So it will print string. So that means list is what? But does list only consist of numbers? No, lists also consist of strings. How so? Let me show you. So let me give A, comma B, comma H. Okay, this should be a string. And then if I print, then length will be 5, and instead of length, if I print the entire list, it should be the entire list get printed. We can also use for loop on this list. How? For value, let's say val in list 1, what we will do is we will print each value. So you can see the entire list gets printed, and then one by one all the values get printed using this for loop. Now can we do slicing inside this list? Obviously. Since there are 5 characters over here, I want to do slicing for h, I, k. I want to have a separate string for a separate list of h, I and k. I can do that as well. So I will use 3 colon 4. Actually it should be 2 colon 4. So h is 2, I is 3 and k is 4. Let's see that in action, and you can see hi is getting shown. Why not 4? Again, if you have seen the string example, there I showed you that this will run from hi, but if the last index, it will not take that last index. For that we need to give it as 5. So if I give it, then it will give h, I and k. Instead of giving 5, we will just write 2. So if all the elements starting from index 2 will be shown. See, it works perfectly. So slicing and indexing is done. That is the same for string, and lists are also immutable. Remember I explained to you about strings being immutable? Same thing applies for lists as well. So now let me show you some new things about lists. So lists, inside lists there are some basic functions, that is append, insert and extend. What are those? Let me explain you one by one. So let's say our list 1 is a name. Let me write list 1. We already know what is the value of list 1, a, b, h, I and k. So I want to append a new value. What is append mean? Append means inserting a value at the end of the object, end to the of the list. So after k, it will be a new value will be inserted after k. So how will I do that? Let me write a new character, let's say b, and then I will print list 1. You can see this b character is inserted. But append always inserts at the end of the list. What if I want to insert at the beginning of the list? Let's say, let me say a particular index at the list. So let's say this h is 2, right? So I want to insert at the second index. Instead of h, I want to have b in the second index. What will I do? I will do list1 dot insert. Insert, I will have two things. The first is the index and second is the string. So the index will be 2 and the object I want to insert is, let's say C. Let's just say, and then I will print this one. So let's see it in action now. So you can see A, B and then C is getting inserted. Then H, I, K and then B. And we have again inserted B because we did have B when we inserted for the first time this code block ran, and then again we have inserted. So I will comment out this one. And now we have two things learned. We have learned append and we have learned insert. Now we will learn extend. What is extend? Well, append and insert, they always insert a particular value. They do not insert a list, they only insert a single value. But when we use extend, we actually do one thing is we have a list, we have another list. we extend the first list to include the second list as well, right? So we include the second list inside the first list. That is what extend does. But append or insert, they what do is they insert a particular single value inside the list either through append or through insert. But extend inserts an entire list inside another list. How to do that? Let me show you. So let's say list 2 equal to, and instead of list 1, what I will do is list 1 dot extend. Now here you can see another problem. The problem is string and int list, they both cannot exist at the same time. So instead of this list 1, we need to convert them into strings. Because this list 2 is in integers, we had integer values, right? 1, 2, 3 integer values, and list 1 was string values, so that cannot happen. We cannot extend list 1 is string and this is integer. We cannot extend that. To extend that, we need to have same data types for both the lists. So now let's see. You can see that at the end, all the three values are appended. These values get appended. Extend does append from the first list it takes and the second list it takes, and for each value it appends the values inside this first list. That is what that does. So we learned append, extend and insert throughout this. Now we have learned how to add values. Now we will learn how to remove values. So to remove values, what we do is, let's say there are three ways to do that. First is pop. What pop does the opposite of append. Append, it inserts a value at the end of the list. Pop, it removes the value from the end of the list. That is what it says pop. Just like this, pop the last one. If there is items here, let's say each of them is an item. So it pops the last item. And then again it pops the last item, like that. So let me show you list.pop. And then I will write print list 1. You can see earlier it had 3, now it does not have this 3. One thing about this list1.pop is, let's say pop item. So this list1.pop actually also returns a value. What value it returns? It returns the item that is popped. For example, if I do a pop operation on this list now, this number 2 will get popped, right? So it will get removed from this list. So popped items value should be 2 and the list 1 should have the last value as 1 and not 2. 2 should be removed. So let's see it in action now. And you can see that 2 is removed from the list. It is outside the list, and that is because this popped item is getting printed. That is why. And this list does not have the number 2 because it has removed it. So this is what pop is. Pop removes the last value. Now what if I want to remove the value this, let's say I want to remove this b value over here. How will I do that? First I will get the index of this value and then I will remove that. So to remove a particular value, let's say I want to remove b, then I can do it in two ways. Either list1 dot remove b, then again print the list 1. You can see it removes the b. But this b is not this particular b. Why I wanted to remove this particular b. What it did was it removed this b over here. You can see there is no b. Why so? Because what list1.remove does is it removes a particular character or a particular value what you give. It removes that particular value's first occurrence. The b first occurred over here, that is at index 1. That is why it removed from index 1. So to remove a list, remove a value from a particular index, what we can do is we can do something like list1 get the index. So the index over here is, let's say a 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 is the index. So I'll write 7, and for making sure it works correctly, I will print it. So I want to remove the 6th element, that is the index 6. I want to remove that element. What I will do is I will use del keyword. Del is also a reserved keyword, and what it does is it deletes anything, any variable, list item or any item from the list completely. or from the memory completely. So what we will do, and now you can see that extra b is removed. Let's say I want to remove this I. So what is the index? 0, 1, 2, 3. I want to remove I. So I will do, and you can see that I is also removed. These are some basic way of removing items: pop, remove, and del. These are some basic ways of appending items or inserting items: append, insert, and extend. So now we have done all these things. I will do another thing, that is list comprehension. This is a very important thing. So let's say I want to have a list of all even numbers inside the within the range 0 to 10. How will I do that? I will write even digits. I will create a list, and list, inside this list I will write x if x percent 2 double equals to 0. Okay, I forgot the range part. For I in range 10, instead of x I will write I here, instead of I will write I here. And let's print this. I am explaining you shortly. Wait a second. You can see a new list is created. What it actually does is, so I will, first thing is it does is, it inside this list function, when this list is opened and there is this kind of statement, what it does is it checks, okay, the value should be I, but what is I? I is any number within the range 0 to 10. However, if the number percentile 2 is 0, then only then I will include that I. That is what it does. So it first checks the condition of the loop, then it checks the condition that is we have given, and if it matches both the condition, only then we will have that included in our list. So we have only 0. So if instead of I percent 2 double equals to 0, if I do not equal to 0, then this will become odd numbers. Let me show you. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So all the odd numbers are getting shown over here, right? So this is known as list comprehension, and you can use this list comprehension for a lot of stuff. Let's say I want to have square numbers. So I to the power 2 for all the numbers which are odd numbers. I want to have square of all the odd numbers. I can do that one as well. What if I don't want to have square of all odd numbers, but I want to have square of all the numbers within this range? I can remove the if statement completely. However, this for statement cannot be removed. I need to have a for statement to have a range of numbers which will be inserted inside our list, and it can work with string as well. So for I in, instead of range 10, I can, let's say I write a string. Let's say this string only, range 10 is a string. Now instead of doing numeric operation, I will just write the I over here, and it will have all the elements including this parenthesis as a separate list item, right? So we can do this for strings as well, and we can have a lot of stuff inside the string. So this is basic list comprehension for you. Now here is a simple challenge for you. Can you create a to-do list application, or not an application, just a program of to-do list using the above list methods and list using list as I showed you? Can you do that? This to-do list will have certain functions like we can display the to-do list, we can add a new task, and finally we can remove a task. You can do one more thing if possible, marking a task as done. If you can do this, then it will be an amazing thing. But if you cannot, don't worry, I will show you step by step. So if you are about to attempt it on your own, which I highly encourage, then definitely pause this video right now over here and start attempting it. So I assume that you have already attempted it. So let me show you my version, my way of doing this thing. So the first thing is we will create a to-do list. We will create an empty to-do list. So I will write to-dos equal to empty list. Right? Now, empty list does not look that great. So I will append certain values to the list. So I will do to-dos.append, and inside that I will have certain tasks. What will be the task? Let's say buy groceries. Another thing can be to go for a run, maybe. So now I have added 3 values to it: buy groceries, finish this tutorial, and go for a run. Now we will do the first thing, that is to display the to-do list. How will we do that? We will use for loop. So for to do in to-dos, we will print each of the to-do. Let's run this application now, and you can see all the 3 of them are getting shown. Now here we can do one thing, that is they look like normal text. To give it a look of to-do application, what we can do is this checkbox looks like it is a to-do application now. And remember to give a space so it looks a little beautiful. I will copy that and paste it over here. So now if I press enter, you can see that it looks like a to-do list and it looks beautiful now, right? One more thing we can do over here. What is that? We need to print the index of each of them. Why so? Because we will need that later on while removing a task and marking a task as done. But what this actually does is it unpacks two values. It unpacks from to-do list, the first two value will be assigned to index and to-do. This is not what we want. We want index of the value, index that is the position 0, 1, 2 or 3 like that, and the value of the value of the list, right? So how to get that? To get that, we need to wrap these to-dos inside enumerate. And enumerate is a returns an enumerate object iterable. That means it supports iteration. So any iterable object, it will return the index and the value of the object together like this. So I will print the index and the to-do. So let me show you what it looks like now. And you can see it prints the index and then the value separated by this period symbol, right? So now let's do this add a new task. So which method we will use to add a new task? Remember I taught you three ways to add a value to a list: append, insert and extend. Which one we will use? We will use append over here. Why? Because we want to add a task at the below or the bottom of the task list. So for that, what we will do is we will get a user input. So let's say new task variable. We will store the user input in a new task variable. So input, since the input will be in string format, so we don't need to worry about that. We will use it in as a string format only. We don't need to do any type conversion, right? So we will say enter new task, and then we will give new line over here. Then we will print the new task. Instead of printing the new task, we will actually print the to-dos. However, we need to append it to the to-dos, right? So I will do to-dos dot append new task. Let's see it in action now. So what happens is it prints the first three to-do items and then it demands the new to-do item. So I will say study. Let's just take this as an example, study. I will press enter. Now it shows the list of buy groceries, finish this tutorial, go for a run and study. So the list is working perfectly, but it is not showing in the format we were showing before. So to do that, what we need to do is, we need to use this displaying for loop again. Instead of printing to-dos like this, we will use the displaying to-dos. So I will copy it and I will paste it over here. So now I will give the new to-do and you can see that it prints in the same format. However, our study does not have this checkbox. Why so? Because if you see, when we append, we already append it with this text box, checkbox. Here we append just the value that we enter and not the checkbox. So what we can do with this? We can do two things. You can ask the user to directly write this checkbox and then give a space and then write the task, which is a very horrible idea. The next thing is we can do it yourself. So how to do that? So I will update the new task using concatenation. You remember I taught you concatenation before using strings. So what I will do is I will use this checkbox and then I will give some space and then I will add the new task. So let me see it in action now. So I will give the study. And now you can see that all these four elements have checkboxes over here. So our entering a new task is working perfectly, right? Now we will do of removing a task, removing an existing task obviously. So to remove an existing task, we need to have the index. That is why we are printing the index. So how to remove the task? So the first thing is, see, I taught you three ways to remove the task. That is, one is pop, which will remove the last element, that is this study. Another thing is to remove using b, for which we need to give this entire value. Let's say I want to delete finish this tutorial. Then I have to give this entire value using this checkbox to remove that. The third way is to delete. We will use delete here. Why? Because we want to delete any task using its index. So if I want to delete the buy groceries, then I will give the input as 0 and it will delete the buy groceries task. If I give the input as 2, then it will remove the go for a run task, right? So to do that, I will again ask the user to give a index. Here I will ask the user to give an index. Enter index to delete. Task index. Then what I will do is, instead of new task, I will write task index. Then I will use the delete function and then I will write to do's and the task index. What happens is, this is a string, so we need to convert it to a int and make sure I is in small letters, right? Now we need to again print this to see it in action. I will print it. So to see that our element has been deleted, first I will add the new element, that is study, and you can see study is getting added to the to-do. Then I will give a task index. Which can we give? I will give the first one. So I will give 1, and you can see that buy groceries is there, go for a run is there, study is there, but the element at index 1 that was finished the tutorial is removed. However, the indexes of each of these is same, that is 0, 1, 2. So the one at beginning, at one index, we had finished this tutorial, but now the one index has go for a run. So what happens is, when we delete a remove on index value at a particular index, that value gets removed, and all the values that were behind that index, those occupies that position. So let me explain you. So let's say I am taking this string as an example, but string and lists works perfectly. So the index will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So I want to delete, let's say I delete this one. So the index does not get deleted. The index still says the same. This HIK, what that happens is it moves. It moves from one position to another. It moves from one position to another. And the last index will be updated to 3, and the fourth index that was there previously, that will be removed. So that will be removed from the memory address. So this gets shifted from that place to this place, and the last index will be removed completely. That is what happens in list or in strings as well, right? So that is what happened here. And finally, we will do marking a task as done. What this means is, we will update our value of a list. How to do that? So the first thing first is, we will get the task index of the task whom we want to update the value. So we will get the task index, and then what we will do is, we will get the here we are doing marking a task as done, right? So instead of checkbox, we will show a tick mark. How to do that? So to do that, what I will do is, I will get the value of the task. So the value of the task will be this to-dos dot task to-dos, and inside that the task index will give the values of the task. And what I will do is, I will replace the checkbox with a tick mark. So I will find that checkbox over here. We will get the checkbox over here and we will replace it with tick mark. And finally, what I will do is, I will update it in the to-dos list as well. So the to-dos task index instead of having that value, we will now have a new value, and that new value is this updated task. Finally, we will print this to-dos. Let me show you. So first I will give the new task, that is study. Then I will delete one task, then that will be buy groceries, let's say. And finally, I will do this, finish this tutorial. So this task index is 0, and I will pass this 0 index, and I want to have a tick mark over here. So that means I have done this. So let me do that. And you can see instead of tick mark, instead of checkbox, it does have tick mark. So what we actually did here, we got the task index from the user. Then we did an updated task. What that means is we got the value of the to do, that is this value we got over here, this entire value. We got actually this value we got with the checkbox we got, and then we replaced, that is a string value, right? So we replaced the string value of the checkbox with tick mark, and then we inserted that inside the task index. Now one thing you can say is, when we did these insert operations inside a list, then what happened was there was a new value added. Why did it not happen this time? Why? That is because that time we were using this insert function. Here we are not using this insert function. Rather, what happens is we are getting the value, and we are saying instead of that value we will now have a new value. That is why it is getting shown like that. So this is our entire to-do list function. As you can see, we have done this. So now you can see that entire to-do list application, we have done this entire to-do list program. So congratulations if you have done it on your own, and also congratulations if you have not done, because you have learned a lot throughout this tutorial. If you have stuck up so long throughout this tutorial, then you have obviously learned a lot about Python. Now I will highly suggest you to go visit this website, link will be in the description, and learn the other methods of lists. So there are append, extend, insert, we have done all this, remove, pop, we have done this. There is also clear, which removes all the elements, which is very equivalent to delete and this statement. There is list index, count, sort, which sorts each of the list item. So for example, if we want to sort them in using ascending order or descending order, we can do that. Reverse the elements inside list, copy of list, and many things. You can also learn how to use list as a stack, queue, etc. List comprehension. So go visit this website and use this as a reference. You don't need to remember or memorize all the formulas or all the methods of list, but keep these websites link, keep them close to your hand, so that these websites are references. They become very handy when you are working on real life projects, right? So now I will show you another data type which is very similar to list, and that data type is tuple. Now inside tuple we can do all these things which we can do with list, such as unpacking, length, indexing, concat, nesting. Let me show you all of them one by one. So the first thing that I will do is I will give this tuple a name. So let's say I write coordinates. And for list we used third brackets or square brackets, right? But for coordinate or for tuple we will use first brackets or parentheses. This is a tuple. If you print this, it will print like this. So what is the difference between tuple and list, if you can do this? So let me show you one by one all the methods that you can do with our tuple. So the first thing that we can do is unpacking. So what is unpacking? Again, unpacking means getting the values into different variables. So coordinates are definitely x coordinate and y coordinate, right? In geometry we know it that way only. So I write these coordinates and I get the x coordinate and y coordinate respectively, and then I print x and y. Then you can see that they are getting printed separately, right? So coordinate is done. Let's unpacking is done. Let me show you the length now. So I can print the length of the coordinates, and it will print the length of the tuple, and the length of the tuple here is 2. Similarly, we can do indexing. How to do this indexing? So for here, I will write coordinates 1, and at one index there the value should be 1. Let me update it to 2, and let me show you them. So you can see that only 2 is getting shown over here, which means that this value is getting shown. If I write 0 here, then you can see that 0 will get shown. And by the way, tuple can have multiple values, right? I can have multiple values, no problem with that. I can also have a single value, but always remember this comma over here. So without this comma, this is no more a tuple, and you can see it all gives issues. But when I give this comma, then nothing will be an issue. Yeah, this one will be an issue because expected 2 but received only 1. So there is only one value, but it expects to have received 2 values, right? That is why it will throw an error. However, if you want to have just a single value, then also add a comma. With a comma only, then it will be converted to a tuple, right? So indexing is done. Let me show you concatenation. Now one more thing that I forgot to show you when I was showing lists is concatenation can happen only between two lists. Here concatenation can happen between two tuples. Let me show you. So here coordinates is 0, 2, and let me add another coordinate. So C2 will be another tuple which will have, let's say, 3 and 3 comma 4. So what I will do is I will create a third tuple which is a C3, and here I will do C1 plus C2, and instead of coordinates I will rename it as C1. So this is C1 here, C1 here, C1 here, and C1 here. So now let me print our C3. So now you can see 0, 2, 3 and 4 are all in one single tuple. That means this is concatenation. Concatenation means two tuples are getting added together, right? Last one is nesting. Let me show you that one as well. To do nesting, let me do a fourth tuple, and inside this fourth tuple I will do one thing like I will have a value 1 comma 2 comma, inside that I will have another tuple opening third parenthesis, and then I will have 3 comma 4. And if I print this one now, you can see 1 comma 2 comma nested tuple is getting shown. So if I index it using this 0, 1 and 2, so this should be at second index 0, 1, 2, then you can see this entire tuple gets shown. And if I index it like this 2 comma 1, then only 4 will get shown, because at second index, okay, let me explain this by drawing. So the tuple is 1, 2, 3 and 4. However, this 3 and 4 is a new tuple, right? So what happens is the index should be 0, 1, 2, right? So at the second index, the value is 3, comma 4. And what is the index of them? 0 and 1. So when I write this tuple's name, number C4, that is the name of the tuple, and there I write 2, that means it will index this entire tuple, right? And then I will have another third bracket, and inside that third bracket we are already accessing this entire tuple. This entire tuple is this C4 inside the third braces 2. That means we get the entire tuple. These entire tuples first or second. So let's say I save it in a variable C5, and inside this C5 I save it like this. So the value of C5 will be 3 comma 4, and now if I want to index the position of 1, let's say, then it will return this 4, right? Similarly, instead of assigning it to a variable, we write it directly. That is what getting happen here. And by the way, you can do the same thing with lists as well. If you do matrix or other 2D or 3D lists, then you can do this as well, right? So till nesting is done. Now, what is the difference between list and tuple then? The difference is list, inside list content can be updated, but inside tuple no content can be updated. What do I mean by that? So let me show you this example over here of the to-do list we have done so far. So here we do this updated task where we actually update this list, right? Let me give you another example and show you here to precisely. So here let me name this list as L, and L will have 1, 2, 3, right? So at the one index 1, we have the value as 2, right? So I will update it to 0, and then I will print L. I will also print L earlier. The first value has 2 and the second value has 0. That means 0 gets, so the position at 1, the 0 is updated. Instead of 2, this index value get updated to 0. What happens in reality is, as I said earlier, lists are immutable. What happens is when, let me draw you and show you. So let's say this is the memory, right? And inside this memory, this is where L is getting stored. What happens is when we update the value, a new memory block is created where the new L is getting shown, saved. And the L's address, that is this L variable, this variable actually holds the address where this entire thing is saved, stored. This L gets updated with the new list's address. So let's say this is the L variable over here, and it's earlier it stored this space. Now it updates, and after update it creates a new list, and this new list's memory address is this black one. Now what happens is L's value gets updated to this one, and this memory is completely discarded. This memory space is completely discarded. A new memory is created, memory space is created where this list is saved, and this list's memory address is saved to this variable. Now, whenever we reference this L variable over here, we actually reference to this new list form and not this old list, right? So that is what happens with list. However, with tuple, we cannot even update the content. So for example, over here, we do a lot of stuff. For example, in the list, we do a lot of stuff. What I will do is, instead of, let's say I want to update the content like that. So I will do C1, 1 equal to, let's say 3. And now I try to print this one. You can see already it is throwing an error. Set item method not defined on tuple. Still I will go with it anyway. And you can see a type error is thrown where tuple object does not support item assignment. So it does not support item assignment. That means we cannot update the tuples value. This is a very important, this plays a very important role in programming. There are a lot of places where you might need a tuple whose value will be immutable. It cannot be even updated. For those cases, you will use this tuple. So now let's learn dictionaries. What are dictionaries? Dictionaries are mutable. Unlike list and tuple, these are mutable completely. That means it can be updated, it can be changed. So for list, what we do is we define it using a third bracket, right? Or square brackets. For tuple, we do it using parentheses or first bracket. But for dictionary, we do it using curly braces or second brackets. Now remember, list, tuple, and dict all are list and tuple both are, all three are reserved keywords. All of them are reserved keywords. Don't ever use these keywords. Okay. So let me show you a dictionary. So let me give a dictionary name as D1. This means dictionary 1. And I use curly braces to define the dictionary. Now what is there? There are indexes which can be named, and they are said as, these indexes are known as, or indices are known as keys. And each key has a value. So for example, name, if name is the key, the name will have a value. And the value can be either string or number or boolean or list or anything. So the name is abhik, let's say the age, and this key should be in string, that the key value will be in string, but the value of that key can be any data type. So I will give a number, then I can have another string, and this is the key, and here I can have list of what, list of string, number, anything again. So the list I will give is, let's say, so this is a dictionary. Let me print you the dictionary and show you. So you can see the entire dictionary gets printed. Now let me explain you the difference between list, tuple and this dictionary. So for a list, wait a second. So for a list, inside third brackets, I will have 0, I will have a number. Let's say 1, let's say A, B, H, I, K. All of them are having indexes as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Similarly, if I have a tuple of the same values, then all of them will have an index of 0 and 1. However, when I have a dictionary, I don't have this index or indices as 0 or 1. That is numeric indices. Rather, I have indices completely defined. Each and every dictionary actually has the indices which can have name. So for example, these indices, this will be the indices, and there we will have a value. And the value can be anything. I can have either int, string, float, list, tuple, anything, boolean, anything, right? So this thing is known as value, and this thing is known as key. Now you can also treat this key as an index. So for example, if the name of this dictionary is D1, then we can have D1, and then inside third bracket I can have this A over here. Obviously this is a string, so I need to mention it using double quotes or single quotes, and then this D1's value will be 2. So I hope you understand this. Now let me show you again. So to access any key, we will have the name. This is a key, dictionary key, and its value will be abhik. So if I run this, you can see abhik. If I write age, then it will show the age. If I write the hobbies, then it will show the list of the hobbies. Now here is a cool thing that I want to show you. So if I use the f strings over here, and then if I use the join command, which is a string method, then, and inside here if I use the comma over here, then you can see drawing comma coding is printed, and the list, it is not printed as a list, rather it is printed as a single string in which these two elements are appended together or concatenated together, right? So this is something you can leverage or use. Anyway, coming back to the dictionaries again. So till now we know how to index and how to access a dictionary. Indexing means accessing the key, and the keys are the indices of a dictionary. We don't have 0, 1, 2 like that, right? So what if I want to access the first hobby or the second hobby inside this hobbies list? How will I do that? So I will explain you through drawing. So this is a dictionary, and here I have a string known as hobbies, right? I am writing H for easy way, and then I have two hobbies, 1 and 2, let's say. How will I access that? So let me write the name of this as D2. So to access the hobby keyword or the value inside this list, or the list actually, total list, so I will use H inside strings obviously, and this D2 inside third bracket string H means 1 or 1 and 2. The list will be returned, right? Now to access any value inside this list, to access any value inside any list, we use the indexing method, right? So inside third brackets we write 0, 1 like that. So let me give this list a name L, and let me store this D2H this entire value, whatever the value it returns, let me store it inside this L. Now if I write else, so else actual value is this 1 and 2. So if I write L0, then it will return 1. If I write L1, then it will return 2, right? So instead of L, if I write D2H, D2, and inside third brackets, if I write H, will it work? Obviously it will work, because this D2H is nothing but this L. This L is this D2H. So D2H, and then inside this H, then again I will have another third bracket 1, then it will be 2. The value will be accessed. So let me show you. Here I have D1 hobbies, and inside this hobbies I will have another third bracket, and there I will write 0. And if I print this now, it will just print the first hobby. If I write 1, then it will print the second hobby, as you can see. So this is a list. This is something specific to list and not specific to dictionaries. So if a list, if there is a nested list, that is list inside a list, then also this method will work perfectly, right? So now let me show you how to add or update the values inside a list. So I will update the D1. So let's say I will update the hobbies, or let's say I will update the name. So I will access the name keyword, and I will directly say the name to be something else. Let's say I will give the name D1 equal to John, and then I will print this D1 to see. You can see then the name shows John. Instead of Ovik, the name now shows John. Similarly, I can do this with age as well, and age can be anything. Let's say 45. And can I do it with hobbies also? Hell yeah, we can do it with hobbies also. So I will do the hobbies, and then I will get the index of the hobby I want to change. So let's say I want to change the hobby of index of 0. So that means I will change this drawing. Instead of drawing, I will write reading. Let me print D1 now, and you can see that instead of drawing, it is now showing reading. So this is updating the values. Now how to add new value to dictionary? Unlike list, we do not need to use any method. What we will do is, we will simply, instead of hobbies here and this third bracket, I will remove this one. I will also remove this one for now. And instead of hobbies, I will write something else. So let's say I want to write gender, and here I will write M. M means male. So this is a new value. This key is not present over here, and we call this as key, right? So there is no key with the name, with either name, age, or hobbies. This is gender. Gender is not present in the entire dictionary. That means it will append over here. Over here, it will get appended like this. It will get appended like this, right? So let me show you that. If I run this, now you can see that after hobbies, it will create a new key with a value gender M. This is how we add new values to our dictionary. Now we have added, and we know how to add, we know how to update. What about removing? There are two ways to remove this. The first way is to use pop. Well, there is a difference between the pop in list and the pop in dictionary. So what does pop in list means? So pop in list means removing the last element. Removing the last element. Here inside pop, this pop does not take any argument, but this pop takes an argument, and that argument is a key. We give a key over here, and according to the key, that it removes the key from the dictionary. So let me show you how. So d1 dot pop, and there we will give the key. So if I give the key as age, and then I will print d1 again. So initially you can see the name is John, age is 45, hobbies are reading and coding, and gender is male, right? So now if I run this one, you can see name is John, hobbies are reading and coding, and gender is male. But there is no age. Why? Because we have already removed it using pop. There is another way to remove it, and it is very simple. Instead of pop, we will do something like del d1 and then the name of the key. Let's say the name of the key is gender. Let me show you. Okay, actually the age is removed, so it cannot work like this. So once we have already popped out a key from dictionary, we cannot again tell the dictionary to remove a key which is not even present in the dictionary anymore. So we need to remove this line. I will comment it out, and Now you can see it has removed the gender as well. It just uses hobby and name. So Dale is the keyword I have told you earlier. And if you want to delete the complete dictionary, then also you can do this. Once you run this Dale D1, then you can see that D1 is not defined because it has already removed that D1 from the memory, right? So you can also remove the dictionary. So we have learned how to define a dictionary, how to access the values inside dictionary, how to update the dictionary, how to add new values to dictionary, and how to remove values from dictionary. Now let us do a simple project of student database. And actually I want to present this as a challenge to you. So I want to present this as a challenge to you. So your task is to, or your assignment, you can treat this as an assignment. Your task is to create a database using dictionaries such that each key will have the name of the student, that is Alice, Bob, Charlie. So like name, instead of name, it will have Alice. Now here it will have Bob, like that. And each dictionary will have a dictionary in between. So instead of Alice having just a string, you can have a dictionary like this. And each dictionary will have age as a key, grade as a key, and courses as a key. And courses will be a list, right? Then finally you need to update one or two of their data. You need to add a new data, and finally you need to print all of their data. So this is your task or assignment. Please give it a try. I highly encourage you to give it a try. Then pause this video and I will show you later on as I move how to do this. So your task for this assignment is to create a dictionary for student information using the format I showed. Then have a new student, add a new student record, then update an existing student record and display the updated student. So let's do that. So let's do the first thing, that is to create a dictionary. So I will write students because it is going to be student database, right? And then inside curly braces, what I will do is I will first press enter, and then the curly braces will open like this. Inside that, the first thing I will do is I will write the name of a student. So I will write the name of 3 students over here, Bob, and then the third one will be Charlie. So now each one of them will be having their own dictionaries, right? So each one of them will have their own dictionaries, and I will copy this same thing and paste it for all of them. Now you can see no squiggly lines below Alice, Bob or Charlie, right? Then each one of them will have a age. Let me give 24 over here. Then each one of them not only will have age, but also they will have grade and courses. So let me give grade. Each one of them will have age, then grade, and then courses. So grade will be a string value. And by the way, age will be inside string and grade will also be inside string. Grade will be A for now. Courses will be a list. And inside this list, I will have 2 courses. So one will be math, another one will be art. Let's just put it that way. Similarly, I will copy this and I will paste it over here. Here I will give a different age, let's say 21. The grade will be different, and instead of math, it will have literature, let's say, and art. Even though both are same kind of, but let's ignore that. Again, I will copy paste this one, and this time I will have a different age. So let's say 27. Grade will be different, and here I will have science. So I have already created a dictionary. Now we need to print the student dictionary. So for printing, we can directly print these students. But it comes in one line and it does not show properly, right? We do not get to see properly what each dictionary has. So for that, what I will do is I will use for loop. So how will I use for loop? Let me show you. For student. So you can directly get the key and value together, or you can get a key and value separately. For now, I will get the key and value together. For student in students. This just prints the key of the dictionary, not the values. So to get the values along with the key, what we need to do? We need to do items. This is an iterable and it will give 2 values. One is student, another one is value. So I can have student and then info. I can write this as info. And now I will print student and info together. Now you can see Alice, then its name, age, grade, course, etc. Now here is one more thing we can do. And that thing is I will have a string and inside this string I will have a new line. Then I will have another string, and inside this string I will use join and then the info. Let me show you how it works. And now you can see prints Alice, age, grade, courses. So it will print them in new line. However, one important thing that is missing is age does not have any value, grade does not have any value, courses does not show their values. So to get their values, we cannot do it like this. Instead, we will use f strings. Now we have already learned f strings, definitely. So I will write info, and inside this info I will give this key age. Similarly, I will have another key, and then I will have a new line again, and then I will have another string where I will have info, but this time with info we will have grade. Similarly, instead of grade we will have courses. So instead of this double inverted commas, we will have single inverted commas, and it will fix this error. And if I now press Ctrl Enter, then you can see it shows Alice, then the age of Alice, then the grade of him, and also the courses. So it is working as expected. So now I will write age, and I will also write grade, and I will also write courses. Let me show you now, and it looks much better, isn't it? So I will also have another print statement with new line over here, which will make it look even better. Now it looks much better, isn't it? So now let's add a new student record. What will we do? So I will get the students dictionary, and then I will add a new key, and the key will be the name of another new student, and that name will be David, let's say. And then I will copy this format, and I will update the values accordingly. So let's say his age is 19, grade will be A, and instead of science and math, he will have science and literature. And then finally we will print this, right? So I will again run, and you can see now David is getting shown, his age, grade, and courses are getting shown, isn't it? So now let's update an existing student record. Whose student record we can update? We will update Bob, and we will update Bob's grade to A. So let's do that. Students, and then when I press this, you can see Bob. Bob is a key. If you have double inverted commas, so let's say you have double inverted commas, then all of a sudden, okay, now I write students Bob, and then I will update. Update what? His grade. So for to access the grade, I will again use third braces, and now I will write grade. And then I will update the grade to B. And this will again be a string, and his grade is already B, so I will update it to A. Now let's see it in action. So when I update, you can see his grade is also updated to A. So updating, adding, and displaying is working perfectly. So the challenge I give you, the assignment I give you, this is the final result of this assignment. So I hope you have understood dictionaries. So we have learned a lot about data types and a lot about Python till now. Now let's begin with functions. So what are functions? Functions are a code block which can be reused. However, this code block will be used only when it is called. So let me give you a better explanation of this. So you can ask me that when we use loops, that also does the same thing, right? The loops also reuse a code multiple times. Yes, functions also do the same thing, reuse a code multiple times. However, when we do a particular loop, let's say for I in range 10, let's say, and then we have a code block over here. So this code block will be run for 10 times immediately, one after the other, one after the other. However, if I want to use this code block only once and when we need it, at the particular time I choose, not the time that loop chooses. For those things we need functions. So what function does basically is, it is a block of code, and whenever we call this code, we call using this kind of method. So whenever we call, let's say this is a function A, and this is the code block, and whenever we call A, Let's say I call A now, and after writing multiple lines of code, I again call A. I can call this A inside a loop also, inside if else statements also. There, if I call this A, then also it will work. So this is what the basic of function is. Function is a reusable piece of code which is used by the developers or to maintain the code readability and for code reusability, right? So you remember this to-do list application, to-do list program we did earlier when I was explaining the list section, right? So here, if you go through the code, then you can see we first create the to-do list, then we display the to-do list using these two lines. Now notice these two lines carefully. When we add the new task, there in the first three lines we add the new task. But after that, we again repeat those same two lines of code for displaying the to-do list. So to display the updated to-do list, we use these two lines of code. Again, after removing, for removing a task, we write two lines to remove the task, and the rest two lines are to display the task, and these are those same two lines. Similarly, for marking a task, we use these same two lines to display the task and display the entire to-do list. So this is a repeating of code. So these two lines is getting repeated 4 times. Instead of that, we can do it in only one time. We can write the code only one time, and we can call the function which will display this to-do list, which will run this code block whenever we need it. How so? So instead of this over here, I can call this function. So let's say I turn this into a function. So to turn this into a function, what we use is def. Def is a keyword, reserved keyword again. This def means to define a function. And I will write a function name as display to-dos. This is the basic format of to-do functions. So you write def to define the function. Whenever the Python interpreter or compiler sees this word def, it understands that the next few lines are a function. Then I give the name of the function, which is display to-dos over here, and we have other purposes of this parenthesis as well. I will explain to you later on. And then the colon. To define any code block, you have a colon, right? And then inside that, again indentation. So I will fix the indentation, and now our function is ready, completely ready. So let's just take the name of the function, Control C, and instead of we are using these two lines of code, instead of that two lines of code, what I will do is I will do display to-dos and then this parenthesis. This means that we are calling the function. If we don't have the parenthesis, then it has no meaning at all. It just seems like a variable. If you hover, you can see expression value is unused. However, if I use this code block over this parenthesis over here, that means it is calling this function. Calling this function means now is the time to execute this code block. Similarly, here instead of printing, I will do the same thing, display to-dos, and again here I will do the same thing, display to-dos. So I will call the function over here as well, and then I will run this code block, and you can see the first three tasks are getting shown. I will add another new task. Now it works perfectly. Then I will add a task to delete. I will add this task to delete, and then it deletes that task, and finally it asks a task to be updated. So I will add an index over there as well, and finally you can see it is working absolutely perfect. Now another advantage of this is, so when we have a particular code block which is repeated multiple times, when we have that code block in our control, that is in only one time we are writing this, and we are repeating this same code block multiple times. So if I make a certain change in this code block, then it will be reflected everywhere. So if I, instead of this symbol, if I change this, so this symbol, then it will be reflected everywhere. Let me show you. So you can see that it is showing the slashes over here. So I add a new task. You can see it is showing the slashes again. If I delete task, then it deletes that task, but it shows the slashes again. Now it updates the task, but it shows the slashes once again. So that means I update it once, but it gets reflected multiple times. As many times as we use that, it gets reflected. So this is the main benefit of functions. Now let us learn functions in a depth. So let me write another function, and this function's name will be add. Add means addition over here, and I will add two numbers. So for now I will write print and 2 plus 5, and then I will print this. So to print this, we need to call this function inside of the print function. So inside of the print function, and this print is also a function. This is a built-in function, and this add is a function that is going to be printed. So you can see that 7 is getting shown. What does this parenthesis mean actually? So we can use this parenthesis to pass arguments. For example, I want to, instead of 2 and 5, I want to give my own numbers and I want them to add them. How to do that? We need to pass. And when we pass some arguments to a function, then these arguments become parameters in that function. It sounds confusing. Let me show you. So let's say this is the function add, right? And here I am defining the function, and there it does a plus b. How will it get this a and b? To get this a and b, we pass them throughout this parenthesis, and when we call that function, then I write a comma b. So these are the two numbers that when I pass this as an argument, this goes to here, and here it passes to this a and b, and then we use this a and this b and we add them, and whatever the result is, we then print that result, right? So here, if instead of a and b, if I have 1 and 2, then a's value will be 1, b's value will be 2, because it chooses the variables based on the position. So if 1 is given to a position, then it will take a's value as 1, and then we will add these two, and 3, which is the summation of these two, will be printed. So let me give 2 comma 5, and here I will have 2 instead of 2 comma 5, I will have a comma b. We will name these as variables a and b, and here I will write a and b, a plus b. Then if I, instead of printing, actually I need to just call it, because it is already getting printed over here, so we don't need to print it, just need to call it. And you can see 7 is getting shown. So 2 plus 5 is 7. Instead of 2, if I write 4, then it will add it and say 9. Now understand this thing. This a and b inside the parentheses, when we are defining the function, and when we are using the function, and this a and b inside the code block of the function, we call this as parameters. However, when we are calling a function, and we pass these two values, then we call this as arguments. So basically what happens is, arguments are passed to a function when it is called, and then it goes to the function definition, and there it becomes parameters. This is what the difference between parameters and arguments is. So now we know how function is getting called, how to pass arguments to a function, how to use those arguments as parameters in a function, and how to do certain operations on these parameters. Now let me show you one thing over here. Remember, I was printing this function, right? I was calling this function, but I was printing it also. So if I run this, you can see we print the sum of the number, which is this particular line. Then we print this none. What is this none? This none is this print. Why is it showing none? Let me hover over this add. Why is it showing none? So let me explain this to you. There are two kinds of function. One which is void function, and another one is a function that returns something, returns a value. So what is the difference between void and returns value? Void function does not return anything. So this add, when I call in this does not return any value. It actually prints the value, and then its operation is done. But instead of printing the value, if I write a return keyword, return is a reserved keyword again, and if I write this, then it will not print 7 twice, it will just print 7 once, because we just sum of the a plus b, and then we return it as a value. Now if you hover over add, you can see nothing has changed. But if you run this program, then you can see the none statement is gone. So when there is no return statement, the function's default return is none, which means nothing. But if there is a return statement, then it returns whatever value is returning from this function. Now based on your usage, there are times when you might need functions which return something, and you might need functions which do not return something. And whenever you return a value using a function, you can store that in another value. You can store that in another variable. So if I say sum1 equal to add 2 plus 5, 2 comma 5, then it will add 2 and 5, and then it will store that summation, that is the addition value result, to this sum1 variable. So if I print the sum1 variable now, you can see 7 is printed. So sum1's value is 7. Now understand this? So when we are using this display todos function, we do not need return. Why? Because we want to print this line for inside this loop. So we just want to execute this code block. So for that reason, we do not need to return anything. But sometimes, like this function over here, addition, we might need this value to do further operation. Let's say sum1 plus 2. So in that case, if I print the sum1, and then I cannot use that to add to that sum, right? So to use that value of the sum, we need to return that value. You can now see it is getting added. But if we have not done that, then there was no way to, if we were just printing it, then there was no way to use that value in our for future operations, right? Now let me show you some more things about these functions. So what if you want to have a default value for b? Let's say b's default value is 10. Will it have any effect on this our function? No, it will have no effect on our function. However, if I don't pass 5 as an argument, we just have 2 as an argument, what will happen then? The sum becomes 12. Why? Because this 2 already assumes, the function already assumes that a's value is 2 and b's default value is 10. Since b has not given a value, so then it will take the default value as 10. But if I give the value of b as 5, then it will not take the default value, but it will take the value that we have assigned to b. So this means this b can have a default value. So your parameters can have default value. The arguments you pass to these parameters can have default value. Arguments cannot have default value. Arguments, if you pass the argument, then there is no need for using this default value. However, if you do not pass any argument, then there is a definitely use for default value. So one more thing that I want to show you is local variables and global variables. What are global variables? So let's say there is a global variable named global variable. Let's say global variable, and it has a value of 100. Let's just put it this way. And here we also have another variable whose value is local variable, whose name is local variable, and this value has 200. Now we can use this a plus b. Now you can see that 5 plus 2 is 7, and we multiply it by the global variable. So what means is that global variables are variables which can be used throughout the code. You can use this global variable throughout the code. However, you cannot use this local variable throughout the code. That means if I try to access local var over here, then it will throw an error. What is the error? Error is local var is not defined. However, we do define it here, right? So instead of global var, if I use local var over here, and let me comment this out for now, then you can see it is working perfectly. 7 multiplied by 200 is 1400, and it is working perfectly. However, local variable does not work. Local variable says it is undefined outside this particular code block. So outside this code block, local variable is undefined. That means the scope of this variable, or the place till which this variable can be used, is restricted, and it is restricted to this code block. So inside the add function, inside any function, if we define a variable, then that variable can be used only throughout that function, anywhere throughout that function, not anywhere outside that function. You cannot use it outside the function. But if there is a variable that is defined not inside a function but inside the program, inside the entire program, but not inside any code block, just the program, then that variable can be used inside a function, outside a function, both places. But a variable that is defined inside a function can be used only inside that function, not outside that function. So these are default local variables and global variables. Now I will do one more thing. That is, I will show you some tips about developers. So let me show you one thing. If you hover over this enumerate function, you can see that it gives a description. If you hover over this, you can see it gives a description of what this enumerate function does, right? However, if you hover over our add function, then you can see there is no description. So how to add a description to this? So to add a description, we use something known as docstrings. Docstrings are nothing but multi-line strings I have taught you while I was teaching strings, if you remember that. So we do three single inverted commas and then again three single inverted commas. And inside that we write anything. So I will write this function adds two numbers. And by the way, I will remove this local variable now and this global variable because they are no use right now. So what now? So now if I have already run this program. Now if I hover over this add, what will happen is you can see that our description is getting shown now. This function adds two numbers. So our description is getting shown now. This is docstring for you. Now one more thing. Let's say you are defining a function. However, you don't want to do any action. This is a function, and but you don't want to write the code exactly now. You want to do certain other stuff, and then you want to write the code for this one. Now, any function cannot have a empty function body. So there should be some data inside this function body. It cannot have an empty function body. What is function body? So this is the docstring. This is the definition of a function. This is the docstring, and this is the return statement. Whatever in between comes is function body. And this return statement is also a function body, mind you. So here you will need to have certain body. But if you don't want to have any body, then you can do one thing. You can just write pass. So what this pass does is it will say, okay, this function is created and its body is not empty. Then you can do certain other stuff and then you can come back to this function later. So till now I have taught you the function, how to define a function, how to use parameters in a function, how to use arguments in a function, what is return statement, what are void functions, and I have also told you the default values, global variables, local variables, right? Now I will show you one more thing, that is, let's do a simple program. And what will be that program? The program will be that we pass certain numbers to a program. Let's say a 3-digit number to a program our function, and our function will take this 3-digit and it will add each of the digit like 1 plus 2 plus 3, and it will return whatever the sum is. This is what our function will do. So this is the sum of digits function. That is what we will use. So for that, what I will get is I will get a number. I will get that number and then I will add each of the digit present inside that number. So how to do that? First I will get the number from user and a new number will be inputted by the user. Default value of input is string, right? So what we can do is we can convert it to an int, or we can do another thing, and that is a smart way of doing things. That is, we will use list comprehension. Now if you have remembered list comprehension, then you might get what I am trying to do. What I will try to do is I will get a digits list. You can call this array as well. So digits array will have I for I in num. So what does this do exactly? So after I get the input, which is a string value, what I will do is I will pass this to our function, and there it will do all the things related to digits, sum of digits, and there I will pass this n. There I will pass this n. What will happen inside this n? I will remove the pass statement first, and what I will do is I will use list comprehension. So I will get all the digits. First of all, this num is a string, right? So for every character in this string, I want that to be a element inside this list. So it will be a list element. Like So if I pass 1, 2, 3 as a string, so the list will have 1, 2, 3. This is what will happen. Then what I will do is, I will use a built-in method of Python. There is a built-in method known as sum. And if you pass a iterable, that is a list inside this sum, then it will add all the elements inside this iterable and then it will produce the output or the sum. So before that, but one more thing that I have forgot to say, these are all string values. So when we convert these 1, 2, 3 and we get list elements out of it, all of them are string values because this was entirely a string, right? So we need to convert it to int. So what I will do is I will convert it to int here only. Int I for I in now. This is list comprehension where for each character inside this num string, each character will be converted to int and will be stored as a separate list element. So now what I will do is I will use this sum. So I will return sum of digits. Digits is a list or array that is locally available. Then finally what I will do is, since it returns, so it should be printed, right? So I will actually print it over here. Print sum of digits. So let me show you what it happens. So now you can see that there are red squiggly lines over here. Why so? Because our function is defined here. But this line, we are calling our function before we are defining our function. Then that will throw an error, right? So we need to define our function after we need to call our function after we have defined our function. So as a best practice in developers, the best practice is to define the function first, then you take the user input, and then finally do this. Call this. Now when I call this, it just returns the function, but it does not print that function. So to print that function, print that value, I need to use print statement, and then I will write sum of digits in. And then finally I will give this number, so 123, and it will print the sum as 6. So to make this look a little bit beautiful, what I will do is sum equal to, and one more thing that I will do is I will also print this digits array. Let me show you now. 1, 2, 3, and you can see 1, 2, 3 digits are getting shown and the summation is also getting shown. Now you might ask, why is there a red squiggly line over here? So please ignore this error for now. Now what if I want to give, instead of just 3 digits, what if I want to give 5 digits? We can do that as well. We can do 3. See, I gave 6 digits. Let's see. And it adds. So 2 plus 3 is 5, 5 plus 4 is 9, 9 plus 5 is 14, 14 plus 6 is 20, and 20 plus 7 is 27. So it works absolutely perfectly. So till now we have learned a lot about functions. Now we will learn lambda and recursion in functions. But before that, I want to tell you one more thing. We can do it functions. So here we knew that our function will have only one, that is a string, and that string will be a number, right? What if we have a function, let's say the definition func1, this is the function, and we don't even know the number of arguments, but we definitely know that there will be arguments. What we will do? In those cases, we will write star and then args. Now, args is just a word. Args actually means there will be arguments. And then I print those arguments. But here we don't even call the function. So let me call this function. And here I pass 1, 3, 5. We pass 3 arguments. So we print 3 of them. What if I pass only just 2 arguments? Then it will just print 2 arguments. So this is used when we don't even know how many arguments we are going to pass to an argument. One more thing that I want to show is, inside this function we pass sum of digits. We call our function sum of digits, and we call it and pass our argument. This is known as positional argument. Instead of positional argument, Let me show you this one as well. This is known as positional argument, where 2 is passed to A and 5 is passed to B. This is known as positional argument. However, you can explicitly define what A and B's value will be. So for example, A equal to 5, you can explicitly define that. And here you can say B equal to 2. And then if you run this program, then also it works perfectly. But you can explicitly say which variable is which position, which argument should be passed to which parameter. This is known as keyword arguments. So instead of A, you can write A and B as well. And this will work perfectly too. So these are some little minor things you should know about functions, like keyword arguments and positional arguments. So positional arguments is if you don't even define the keyword or a keyword of the parameter, then it will go directly, 2 will go to A and 5 will go to B. However, if you want to define the name of the parameter, then you can do that one as well. So what are lambda functions? Now, let me show you this. So let's say we want to write a function def square, where we take a number as an input x, let's say, and then we return the output as x square. Then we can print this, for square for any number, right? We can print square for, let's say I say square of 3. Then it will print 3 square, which is 9, right? It prints 3 square, which is 9. We can also do this, we can also change this as exponent or to the power. And I will rename this over here. And not only will I have this x, we will also have p, which is the power. And I will write it here, and I will give a power also. I can give power 4, and 3 to the power 4 is 81. I can give 2 here. 2 to the power 4 is, I think, 32, 16, right? So it is working like this. However, we can do this entire thing in one line. Why? Because this program is just one line. This code block is just one line. So instead of creating or defining a new function, we can have a variable where we can store this. And this is known as lambda functions. Let me show you that. So instead, I will comment this out for now using Ctrl/. What I will do is I will again use this name. I will write Ctrl+V, but this will be a variable now. And here I will define lambda. This is the way to define a lambda or an anonymous function. This is an anonymous function, right? Lambda x comma p, where this colon is needed. So this after lambda, whatever we pass is arguments, and then I will give colons. So a x double square. Now let's see it in action, and you can see it is working as expected. So if I give 2 to the power 10, then it should return 1024, and it returns 1024. So that means it works absolutely perfectly. We can so to lambda functions are anonymous function which can be stored inside a variable. So this is how you define a lambda function. You write lambda, then you write the arguments. It can be 1, 2, 3, how many arguments you want, and these are known as parameters over here. Arguments are called when we pass it to the variable or the function, but when we are using it, it is known as parameters. So you can have multiple parameters and then a colon, just like how you define a function, and then you write this. So it automatically uses the return statement to return the value back to the variable. Lambda functions are very concise and very easy to use, only useful when there are single line programs, right? Now one more thing that I want to show is recursion. What is recursion? Recursion means we are calling a function within that same function. So let me show you. So let's say I am trying to create a function of factorial. Factorial, I get a number for whose factorial we are trying to find, and inside that I call this factorial function only. This is the function factorial. You can see factorial function n factorial. This is a function factorial, and this is getting called inside itself only. So this is known as recursion. This entire thing is known as recursion. But why we will do this? There are many use cases to that. One such use case is when we are trying to find a factorial of a number. So let me explain it to you. So what is a factorial? I have explained to you factorial before also, but I am going to explain it to you once again. So let's say we are trying to find a factorial of 5. So factorial is denoted by this exclamation mark. So 5 factorial. What is 5 factorial mean? 5 factorial means 1 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 5. So any numbers factorial means starting from 1 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 3 multiplied by so and so till n, till that number. So n factorial means product of all the numbers from 1 to n. This is known as factorial. Now how is our recursion going to help this factorial? Okay, let us understand that one as well. So let me write this function first. Let me write the code first, then I will explain to you. And one more thing, that is, if the number is 0 or it is 1, its value will be considered as 1 for factorial. So first thing I will check is if n double equals to 0 or if n double equals to 1. In both the cases, I will return as 1. Else, what I will do is I will return n multiplied by factorial of n minus 1. This is the basic factorial function, and I will explain it to you what this last line means. Each and every line, what they mean, each of them. So what I will do is I will first print the 5 factorial to see it is working perfectly or not. So printing factorial of 5, it prints 120. That means it is working absolutely perfectly. So let me explain it to you how this happens. So the line is return n into factorial of n minus 1. So when n is not 0, n is neither 0 nor 1. If n is 0 or 1, then we will return the factorial as 1. However, if n is not 0 neither 1, that means here n is 5. So what happens is 5 multiplied by factorial of n minus 1. That means 5 minus 1, which is 4. 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5. So what happens is it says 5 multiplied by 4 factorial. And what is 4 factorial? 1 into 2 into 3 into 4. That is 4 factorial. So what happens here is then the factorial function is called once again with n minus 1 value. So let me do a dry run for this. So when we call factorial function for the first time, the value of n is 5, right? So n's value is 5, and there it goes. It checks whether it is 0 or 1. It sees no, it is not 0 neither 1. So what it happens is it then returns 5 into factorial of, and for short I am writing f, factorial of n minus 1, 5 minus 1, that is 4. Then n's value becomes 4, right? Here factorial function is called once again, and now n's value instead of 5, it is 4. So what happens is 4 into factorial of 3. But this is the original value when this n equal to 5 is called. So remember this. So what factorial of n minus 1 gives is n minus 1, that is 4, 5 minus 1, that is 4. It returns the value of 4 into factorial of 3. What does factorial of 3 returns? It returns 3 into factorial of 2. Similarly, n equal to 2, n becomes 2, now it returns factorial of 1. And what is factorial of 1? Factorial of 1 is 1. So it returns 2 into 1. So the value of factorial 2 is 2 now. 2 into 1 is 2, right? So the value of factorial 2 is 2. And what is the value of factorial of 3? Factorial of 3 is 3 multiplied by value of factorial 2. And that is 2. 3 into 2, that is 6. What is the value of 4 into 6 now? Because factorial of 3's value is 6. And what is the value of factorial of 4? factorial of 4 is 4 into 6 because factorial of 3 is 6. 4 into 6 is 24. So what is the value of factorial of n minus 5? That is 5 into 24, that is 120. That is what it happens over here. So what it basically means, factorial of n minus 5 is 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So this means this is 5 factorial. And when we say this line factorial of n into factorial minus 1, that means 5 into 4 factorial. And what is the value of 4 factorial? 4 factorial's value, to find the value of 4 factorial, what we do is we again call this factorial function, where 4 multiplied by 3 factorial is the value of 4 factorial. And what is the value of 3 factorial? It is 3 into 2 factorial. And what is the value of 2 factorial? 2 into 1 factorial, which is nothing but 1. So the total value is 2 into 1, that is 2. So 2 factorial's value is 2. And what is the value of 3 factorial then? 3 into 2, that is 6. What is the value of 4 factorial then? 4 into 6, that is 24. And what is the value of 5 factorial then? 5 into 24, which is 120. That is what this does. So this is a prime example of recursion, where we call the function multiple times to inside that function itself only to get the result. Now always remember, recursion should be used cautiously, otherwise it can get into infinite loop. So keep this in mind. So now that we have learned functions also, what's next is exceptions. Before learning exceptions, let me tell you, there are 3 types of error that can happen. What are errors? Let's say I will give you 2 examples over here. Let's say you divide a number 10 by 0. Isn't that an error? Yes, that is an error, and that is zero division error. That can be that is zero division error. Another thing is, let's say you get user input, and by default the user input is string, and then you try to say divide these two. Will it work? Wait a second. And then let's say you try to divide it. Let's say 9 divided by 3, but both of them are string. Will it work? No. That is why these kind of errors are known as type error. Another error, let's say you ask for an age. You ask the user to input an age, and they insert the age, and you convert it to, from string you convert it to integer, but its value is, let's say, -5. Is this an error? Yes, definitely, because the age cannot be a negative number, right? So what kind of error is this one? This one is known as logical error, because here the logic is flawed. This kind of error also, as I said, type error, this is known as syntax error, and this is also known as syntax error. So if I give 2 user input and only one of them is getting one of them is 0, then it will be caught at the runtime. This one will be caught at the syntax only. So this is a syntax error, and this is a runtime error, and this is a logical error. So this is actually not syntax error, but this is actually a runtime error. This is the runtime error, syntax error, and logical error. So let me show you how to handle this. To handle these errors, we call it exception handling. So let me show you how to do that. So let's say we deal with the first error, that is type error. So I get 2 numbers from the user, and then what I do, I try to do a integer based operation, right? So we will run this code and see 2, 5, and you can see we get a type error. So how to handle this type error? The first thing is, we can convert it to a and b, we can convert it to integer. Obviously we know that. However, I will show you another way to handle this. So we will try printing this statement, but if it throws an error, then we will say except, and then we will convert each of them. We will again try to print this statement, but this time we will convert each of them. Integer of a divided by integer of p. And then we will retry again. We will give two numbers and it will return the response as a float. So what happens here is we use the try and except block. Here inside try we will give a code and the code will run. And now if the code throws an error, then we will go to the except section where we will handle that error. And to handle an error, you can also give it a name. So let's say we handle the type error only. Type error as E. And instead of handling the error, we can also print that error. Let's say error. Let me show you once again. 2, 5, actually 4. And you can see error. Error is the unsupported operand times for str and str. So you can have your own custom error message as well. Now let me show you. So I have already shown you this one, which is a syntax error. Now I will show you this runtime error, and finally I will show you the logical error. So again, I am taking A and B as input, and then I am doing this division. So let's say division is a variable, and here what I do is integer of A, because we convert it to integer, divided by integer of B. And then we print the division. So let me take this input here and paste it over here so that we can take the input and show the output in the same code block. So I take the input and I give 10, and instead of any number I give 0. Then it throws another error, and this error is 0 division error. So we cannot divide a number by 0, right? So how to handle this one? We will again try the try and except block. Here we will write try, and then we will write except. Except if there is a 0, then we will print the error statement. Let's try this once again. I'll give again 0. And now you can see we get the error. Error, we cannot divide a number by 0. And let's remove this print and let's put it over here. You can see we cannot divide a number by 0. So it is working absolutely well. So we did this runtime error as well. Now we will handle this age error. So let's say that age will be user input number. So I will convert it directly to integer. Now what I will do is I will check if age is greater than 0, sorry, less than 0. Then we will throw an error. How to throw an error? To throw an error, I will use raise, and then I will use value error, which is the basic error. And here I will pass a message, and the message will be age can't be negative. So understand, till now in these examples, what we were doing were we were handling errors. Here we are ourselves throwing an error. Why this error is getting thrown? Because this is a logical error, and logical error cannot be handled by Python. Yes, sometimes it can be handled, but most of the time we need to handle it. So if age is greater than 0, then raise a value error. Otherwise, we will print the age. My age is, and then we will print the age. So let's see it in action. So it asks for age, and I will enter 12, and that is a positive number, so it will show my age is 12. What if I run it once again, and instead of 12 I will give -9. Now it throws a value error, and at the end of the line you can see my age cannot be negative. That is the message we give, so it also gives the same message. Now how to handle this kind of errors? Very simple. You will write try, and inside this code block we will press shift, and inside this code block what I will do is I will write the entire code, And when there is a exception value error as E, then we will print a custom error message. So let's give a negative number once again, and now you can see error age cannot be negative. Instead of showing that value error at this line, it happened, that happened, those happened, not those jargons, just the error. But I will prefer. So this is basic of handling exceptions. Now, not only does it have except, also there is one more thing that can happen. So after try and except block, what happens is you can finally use else or finally. So inside the try block, you will try the code, and if this code execution fails, there is some error, then it will go directly to the except. And after that, it will have either else or finally. Either else or finally, not both at the same time. So what is the difference between else and finally? Let me show you that one as well. So else and finally. What happens is it will go to, if the try block exception, if the try block runs perfectly well, there is no error thrown, then we will not go to the except block, right? We will directly then go to else block. However, if the try block execution fails or it passes, if it fails, then we will go to exception block. So in either case, we can use finally. So either the try block passes or the exception block, either the try block passes or it fails, and we have to go to the exception block. In both the cases, we will go to finally. But if only try block passes, only then we will go to else. Otherwise, we will not go to else. So if our memory goes to the exception block, then we cannot go to else. We can go only to finally. But if our memory does not never go to exception block, directly to the try block, directly the try block code passes, then we will go to else block, skipping the except block. Okay. So this is what I wanted to teach about exception handling and exceptions. So now let's learn what are libraries or modules. Now, do you remember we used to do import math when I was showing you numeric operations? Yes, that is also a library. So what are libraries? Libraries are pre-written packages of code that can extend the functionality of Python. So these are pre-written packages of code. These are other packages of code which are kept in some other places. And we use them in our Python code to extend the functionality. Now let's see some common examples of Python packages or library or module. Requests. It is used for making HTTP requests. Then there is NumPy. It is used for making numerical operations. Pandas for data manipulation and analysis. Matplotlib for creating visualizations like bar chart, plot chart, etc. Scikit-learn for machine learning, and Beautiful Soup for web scraping. Now let me show you one thing. If you type pypi, then you can see here is the Python package index. You can go to this website and you can browse a numerous number of projects. So let's say I browse a project based on topic, and topic, let's choose, wait a second. Let's choose a topic, cryptography. And you can see a numerous number of projects popping up. I will search one topic, let's say RSA. And RSA is a cryptography algorithm. I forgot the complete full form of it. You can use this to use, it is used to encrypt public key and private key in encryption. So this is a very important package and you can use it using pip install RSA. What is pip install? Pip means Python installer package installer, something like that. I forgot the full form again. And pip is used to install a package to your system. Now we are not using our system, we are using Google Collab. So we don't need to install any package using pip install. we can directly import RAC. And if I click enter, it will download it and it will then finally import it. Now how to use RSA? I think there is a documentation over here and it will show it. Wait a second. Let's go to the home page and let's go to the documentation. And I think we should not use this library for now because this is not at all beginner friendly. Okay, so I will take another package and that is numpy. Let's type numpy, and before that let me uncheck this. So I will just go to pypy.org because we have a lot of filters over here. So I will search numpy and I will get the numpy library. Then I will go to its documentation and I will go to the first documentation, and you can see getting started a guide is given to absolute beginners. I will go to that, and there you can say it says pip install numpy, and later it says import numpy as np. I will do that, import numpy as np, and then I will press enter. It imports the numpy. How will we do that? Understand that? Let's try some code over here. I will directly copy that. Control C and Control V, and let's see what it returns. And it returns 1,6, which is what it was returning over here as well. So that means our importing of package and working with these packages is working perfectly with Google Colab. So you can read these packages guide and you can browse PyPy for learning more about packages and all. So now let's do the final project. So for that, I will create another Google Colab notebook. So go to File and then New Notebook. And I have already created a new notebook. And I have given the name as Quiz Project. Now, what are the features of this quiz project? Before coming to the features, let me tell you, this quiz project is comprising of dictionary, list, input, output using if strings, type conversion, local variables, nested for loop, if, else, elif, functions, logical operators, continue statement, external libraries. So you will be learning a lot. So whatever we have learned till now, we will be applying most of them in this project. So what are the features of this project? The features are throughout this quiz project, it will ask 5 multiple choice questions one at a time. I will show you how. Then the user will give its input. So the multiple choice question, the user will choose 1, 2 or 3. Based on that, it will provide a feedback whether the user's choice was right answer or wrong answer. If it was right answer, then it will add 1 to the score of user. So it will keep the track of user's score, right? And if the user's choice was wrong, then it will show wrong answer, and then it will give the right answer. Finally, it will show the final score of the user, how much score he accumulated throughout this quiz session, and it will give a remark based on that. So if the score is less than 4, it will greater than 4, then you are genius. So that means he has completed all the answers. If it is greater than 3 but less than 5, then you are amazing. So that means if your score is 4, then you are amazing. But if your score is less than 3, then you need to prepare more. So let's see it in action now. So don't look at the code right now. I will rerun this. So it gives me the question, which city is known as Taj Mahal of South? And it gives 3 options. 1, Chennai, 2, Mysore, and 3 is Trivandrum. Now the answer is Mysore, so I will choose 2. And when I give enter, it will show brilliant +1. And then after a moment, it clears the console and then it gives a new question. And the new question is, what is the national bird of India? Then again 3 options. Now here we all know the national bird of India is peacock, but I will choose a wrong answer just to show you what will be the wrong response when we choose the wrong answer. So I will give owl, that is 1, and I will press enter. It will show wrong answer and then it will show the right answer as well. And then it will quickly shift to the next question. So the next question is national flower of India. Again, I will choose the wrong answer to show you that it shows the wrong answer and then message and then it gives the right answer. Then the question is Indus Valley Civilization flourished along the banks of which rivers? So it was Ganga, Jamuna. So I will choose 1, which is the right answer. And then it will show brilliant +1. Final question is which is the classical dance form known for graceful movements and storytelling through hand gestures? So the answer is Bharatanatyam. So I will choose 3 again. And it shows brilliant +1. And then finally it shows me my total score, which is 3. And it shows a message which is you are amazing. So this is the basic thing that we are going to do throughout this project. And I highly encourage you to first try it on your own. If you can't do it, then you can watch the video. So pause this now and try to do it on your own. Idea I can give you is, see, we have used list for question and for options and answers we have used dictionaries. Now don't you worry, I will provide all this sample question and the dictionary and list. I will provide you the options, the answer, right answer, and the questions, sample questions. Will give you at the description box. You can use it to create the project. So let's begin. The first thing first is I will define some questions and there its options and the right answer. So I will have two variables. One will be questions, which will be a list variable. There I will have only the question. And why I am creating this list, I will explain you as I proceed. So let's say I will write question 1 like that. And then I will create a quiz, which will be a dictionary. And what will be the key of each element in this dictionary? This question. That is why I am having a separate list with these questions. So I am having this question 1. And here I will have inside of each question I will have a dictionary, which is a nested dictionary, right? This is the first dictionary and this is the second dictionary inside the first dictionary. So this is the key of the first question. And what are the elements that this dictionary will have? It will have two elements. The first one will be options, and make sure they are strings, which will be a list of 3 options. So I will write OPT1 and then the right answer. And what will be this right answer? Let me convert it to string again. And what will be the right answer? The right answer will be the answer C. Here we have 3 options, right? And among them, one option is right answer. So I will choose that one answer and I will write the index of that answer, but not index the position over here. Say option 1, option 2, option 3. So I will write 1, 2 or 3. Whatever is the right answer, that number I will write. So let's say here option 2 is the right answer. So I will write 2. And also make sure you have the comma over here, trailing comma. Otherwise there will be an error, right? So both of these dictionary elements should have be separated using this comma. So this is the basic structure of list and dictionary that we will be using. So the question list will have the number of questions. Each question will be a key inside the quiz dictionary, and each question will have a dictionary, nested dictionary here, and each dictionary will have two things. One will be the options, where there will be, which is a list of string having 3 options, and then there will be the right answer, which is the another key inside this dictionary, and this key will have the value. Let's say 1 for option 1, 2 for option 2, 3 for option 3. Now instead of writing these questions, what I will do is I will use the questions that I have prepared specifically for this video. So I have given them in the description. So feel free to use this. So there are 5 questions over here. Each of the questions are written here as a list item, and each question, along with each question, there is this dictionary which has the options, and I have the answer. So for the first question, which is what is the Taj Mahal of South, and the answer is Mysore. So I will write answer as the 2. Option 2 is Mysore, option 1 is Chennai, and option 3 is Trivandrum. Right? Similarly, all these are done here, and the questions and quiz is created perfectly. Right? Now I will start with the code. So the first thing first is I want to show each and every questions one by one, right? One by one I will show each question. How will we do that? To do that, we will use for loop. For loop will be used to print each and every list item one by one. So I will first write for I in range. And what is the range? The range is 5 over here, right? So I will write 5. So that means 5 questions, 0 to 4. That means 5 elements, 0 to 4, right? And there I will print questions, but not the entire list. I will use the indexing. So I will write I here. So at the first it will have I will be 0, so it will show the first question, then I will be 1, it will show the second question, like that. Let's see it in action. I will run this code block, and you can see one by one all the question is getting shown. But along with the questions, we also need to show the options for each of the question, right? So inside this for loop, this is where the nesting comes. Inside this for loop, we will show the questions, show the option. How will we show the option? So see, each of the key inside this quiz dictionary, the key is the list item over here. So for example, if I am printing this item, this is questions I, right? So questions 0 is this question, and if I pass this as a, let's say, quiz, and inside quiz I will pass this question, what is the city known as, this will return what? If I write this one, what will this return? It will return the options and the answer, isn't it? So but I don't want to do it like this. What I will do here is I will write questions I. Let's see it in action now. It is not printing anything. Why so? Because to print this, I need to wrap it inside print statement, isn't it? So I will write print, and then I will run this again. And you can see all of these options are getting shown, as well as the answer is also getting shown one by one. But I just want to show the options. How will I do that? Okay. So to do that, I need to access, see, this is the dictionary. This is a dictionary, right? And I have given the key of the dictionary. Then I open this one. Now inside a dictionary, I need to give the key options. Only then I will be shown this list. So to do that, inside the print statement, what I will do is I will open another third brackets. And here I will write options. Let's run this code, and you can see only the options list is getting shown. But I don't want to show it as an option list either. I want to show it as 1 Chennai, 2 Mysore, 3 Trivandrum, like this format. How to do that? Well, to do that we need to run another loop, another nested loop. So see, for J in range 3, because there are only 3 options, right? 0, 1 and 2. I will print, instead of printing here, I will print here, but options will always return the list option. So I will have another third bracket, and here I will write J. Let's see it now. And you can see Chennai, Mysore, Trivandrum, Owl, Cuckoo, Peacock, like this it is getting shown. And if I add J over here, then add a string, and then print it, you can see it is showing in the correct format. Not in a correct format because the J is 0, but see we have option as 1, 2 or 3. We don't have any 0 over here, right? So instead of j I should have j plus 1. That means option 1, option 2 and option 3, not option 0, 1 and 2. So j plus 1. Now it will show 1, 2 and 3. It is working, right? But the code is very unreadable now, because quiz inside that questions I, inside that again options, then j, that's too messy. How to fix that? So instead of printing questions I, what I will do here is I will use a variable q, and this q is a local variable inside the for loop. So I will have questions I. Now these questions will this particular question inside the loop, that is this question, all these questions, when we are treating it as a single question, we will be referencing it using this q. Questions I is q. Instead of printing questions I will print q, right? Now here I will get another thing as well, and the thing is quiz for these questions, for this q. So I'll write choices, q choices. Then I will cut this one completely out of it and I will paste it here. So instead of questions I will pass q here. So quiz q, which is questions I, then options, and I will pass this q choices over here. So now this will return as expected, and you can see it is working as expected, but the code is very readable now. So if I go here, I can see q is questions I, that is the inside the questions list, whatever the ith element will be, that is getting passed to as q. Then I print that q, and now the q choices will be inside the quiz dictionary. I get the key, where the key is q, I get that those values, and from those values I choose the options value, and then I print the options as q choices and using this for loop. And please give spaces in between to make the code more readable. Okay, so now we are printing the question, printing the options. Now what? Now that we have printed the question, I will get out of the nested loop. Now what is, we will get the answer from the user, so that we can check that whether our answer is right or not. So to get the user input, I will get user choice, which is a new variable, and there I will get input. And input will be, I will write enter your choice. Inside bracket I will write 1, 2, 3. Then a new line, so that he enters so the user enters in a new text box. However, this is a string value, because string is the standard default value of integer input. So I will wrap it inside int. Why wrap it inside int? So that you can see here those values are numeric, and I think it is better if we take it as numeric value. So we get the user input, user choice now. Now what we will do is we will check whether the user choice is double equals to this value. So if the user chooses 2, we will check if the right answer of this dictionary inside the quiz will have this right answer as 2 or not. So to do that, what I will do is I will use a if statement. Inside if, I will choose user choice double equals to, and then how will we get the right answer? So to get the right answer, we will write here q right answer. And what is the q right answer? That is quiz q, and instead of options here we will get answer. So I will choose q right answer. If it is true, then we will print right answer, else we will print wrong answer. And let us put it this way right now. We will later modify this to be a beautiful program, right? Let's see it in action now. So it prints the first question and then it asks for the answer. So I will give 2, which is the right answer. So it shows it is the right answer, and then it asks a new question. Now here I will purposely choose the wrong answer. So I will write 1, which is owl. And owl is not the national bird of India, peacock is. So it says the right answer is wrong answer. So that means it is working perfectly. Now you can choose any answer to keep going to see whether it is right or not. So our main functionality of checking that whether user input is right or not is working perfectly. Now what we need to do, we need to keep the score of user, and then we need to print the final score after the end of the quiz session. See what we have done till now. We are asking 5 multiple choice question. User is giving an input and we are providing the feedback. Now we need to just show the final score and later on prettifying stuff. So for that, what I will do is I will keep a variable user score, which will be 0 initially. Okay, and every time the user chooses the right answer, then only then we will increment the score. So to increment a number, we can do it in two ways: user score equal to user score plus 1, or we can use this shorthand method, user score plus equal to 1. This will increment it by 1, right? And finally, out of all the loops, we will do one thing. We will print that statement. How? We will write user total score, which is, let's turn it into a f string, which is user score, right? And let's run this now. Let me show you then. I will choose the right answer for now, Mysore, which is the right answer. Then the national bird of India, which is, again I will choose the right answer. Then the national flower of India, here I will choose the wrong answer, and it shows the wrong answer, and then I will again choose the right answer, and then again I will choose the right answer, and it shows my total score is 4. For 5 questions my total score is 4, which is not bad, right? So till now we have done most of the functionality. Now we need to say, if the user chooses the right answer, then we will say brilliant. If the user chooses the wrong answer, then we will say it is not the right answer. So we have done most of the functionality till now. Now let's make the code more readable. So how to do that? What we will do is, I will be writing here caps lock display questions. Here I will write, these are comments, so I'm using this hash symbol opens up a comment, right? So we are getting the user input and checking answer. So this is the entire loop, right? So we have done till now. Now what we will do, we will see, we print all the questions in the same page. We will not do that. What we will do, we will rather show the question one by one. How to do that? So to do that, we will now create a function, and this function will be used multiple times. So there is a library known as ipython.display. So from that library, we are importing clear output. What will this do? So every time we call this clear output function, it will clear whatever the console output is there. So how will we use that? We will create a function, as I said. So I will create a new function and I will give it a name display. And why I am creating a new function instead of calling this every time inside this function, I will explain to you later on. You will understand when we proceed. So what will I do? I will call this clear output function. That's it. Now every time a question is done, we will get out of this if else loop, and there we will call this clear display function. Let's see it in action now. So we'll write this. I will choose an answer. It shows wrong answer and then it clears. It clears and then we get the new question. So that means it is working, right? I choose another and it shows right answer and then it changes. But see one thing, that is this clear display function immediately wipes out whatever is in the console, So we don't get the opportunity to see the feedback that whether our answer is right or not. So to fix that, what we will do is we will import another thing. We will import time. And what am I going to do with this importing time? I will delay the clearing of this output. How will I delay that? So inside this clear display function, what I do is I call this time.sleep and here I write 2. So that means it will take 2 seconds duration, and after 2 seconds this clear output function will be called. Let's see it in action now. So I am going to answer a question and I will choose the wrong answer. It shows wrong answer. It waits for 2 seconds and then it gives a new question. Again, I will choose the right answer now. It shows right answer. It waits for 2 seconds and then it gives the new question. And why did I use this duration? Another reason I choose this duration is now what we will do is when the question is we select is right answer, we say right answer. But instead of right answer, we will be saying brilliant plus 1. So instead of saying right answer, we will be saying brilliant plus 1. But when there is a wrong answer, what we will say is wrong answer. But what is the right answer? We will show the right answer as well. Right answer is, we will turn this to a F string. And here we will write the right answer. But how will I get the right answer? Because if I check that answer over here, so the quiz is returning the answer as a number, not these options. How will I do that? So to do that, what I will do is, I will have another variable over here. Not here, actually here. We'll have the another variable which is the rightness. And there I will do something like quiz of q. That means we will get the value of the q element, q key inside this quiz dictionary, right? And there I will get the options, or I can directly write q choices, and there I will choose the index of the right answer. What is the index of the right answer? Let me show you here. So the first question says Chennai, Mysore and Trivandrum. What are the indexes of Chennai? Index of Chennai is 0. But the option Chennai written here there is 1, but the index is 0. Similarly, Mysore's index is 1 and we have the answer as 2 because it is the second element. So instead of writing 2, I will write 2 minus 1, and 2 minus 1 will be Mysore's index. Isn't it? There are 3 elements. So we have 1, 2 and 3. If I subtract from 1, 2 and 3 minus 1, then 0, 1 and 2 are the values that we get. So I will do that here. Q choices, I will write. What is the right choice? The right choice is Q right answer. Q right is minus 1. Q right answer minus 1. What will it return? It will return the right answer element. So Q right answer is 3. Let's say these questions Q right answer is 3, right? So 3 minus 1 is 2. The index of this element is 2. We get the Q choices is this options list, and we get the second element from the element at index 2 from the options list, and then we pass it as right answer. Let's see it in action now. So I will choose the right answer for the first time. So to show you brilliant plus 1, and then I will purposely choose the wrong answer. Wrong answer, right answer is Peacock. It gets shown. So let me increment the value of the time sleep to 3 to let me to actually give some more time to see it. So I will purposely choose the wrong answer over here. It shows wrong answer, right answer is Mysore. And then it shifts to new question. So it is working, right? It is working. So now the last thing that remains is showing the final score and remark based on the score. How to do that? To do that, we will use if-else statements. After printing the user's total score, now I will do something like, so if score double equals to 5, then I will print you are genius. Elif score greater than or equal to score greater than 2, let's say score greater than 2, then I will print you are amazing. However, if the score is less than 2, then I will print you need better preparation. For short, I will write flip. Let's see it in action now. So I will choose an option here. Wrong answer. Right answer is peacock. Then I will choose another wrong answer here. Right answer is lotus. Then I will choose another wrong answer over here purposefully. And then the final question, I will choose another wrong answer here. Okay, I need to rerun this. So let's see it in action now. So the first question will be, so the first question I will give wrong answer. So the second question I will again give wrong answer. So I want to check whether this third message is getting shown or not. Then again a wrong answer. Then again a wrong answer. Finally again a wrong answer. So it says my total score is 0, but it also says you are amazing. Why so? Because we have written score here, but we are using user score variable. So we need to rewrite that. Every time I will choose a wrong answer to show you whether it is working perfectly or not. See, the total score is 0, so he says you need to better preparation. Now I will check whether it shows amazing or not. So I will choose only 3 right answers. So my total score is 3 and it says I am amazing. Now finally check if my score is 5, then it shows you are genius or not. So it says my total score is 5 and I am genius. So till now we have done a lot and it works very well, isn't it? We have defined a function, we have used external libraries, we have used local variables over here, and then there is this global variable user score, and we have used nested loops, we have used list and dictionary, we have used type conversion, and we have also used f strings, so for string manipulation as well. We have used if, elif, else. Now let me show you this one thing. Here we have options 1, 2 and 3. However, what if I choose a number which is neither 1 nor 2 nor 3? Let's say I choose a number 6. Let me give you 6 here. What will it return? What do you think it will respond? Let's see. It does not respond anyway. It says wrong answer and the right answer is something else. Now we can keep it this way. However, I think the user should be notified that you have chosen a invalid choice. So what we're going to do here is we will first get the user input, then we will check if the user input is 1, 2 or 3. If it is not, then we will throw a error. We will raise an exception. And what exception? That will be a value exception, value error. And then we will handle that exception using the except block. So let's do that. The first thing is I will use try, and even for the more important thing is I will remove this comment checking answer. So we are checking answer in the later part, so I will write checking answer here, and here I will use the indentation to fix the error, and then I will handle a except block, and then I will write something for now. So after I get the user choice, what I will do is I will check if the user choice is, if user choice is not 1, 2 or 3, then we will throw the error, right? So if user choice not inside an array, I will have 3, 1, 2 and 3. Inside a list or an array, we will have 1, 2 and 3. So that means it will check if the user is not in 1, 2. So let's say the user inputs 6. Okay. So 6, it will check, this condition will check, is 6 triple equals to 1, double equals to 1? No. If 6 double equals to 2? No. If 6 double equals to 3? No. That means 6 is not a list item 1, 2 and 3. 6 is not equal to any list item inside this list. So then it will throw a value false. If we give a number 2, 2 is a list item in this list, particular list 1, 2 and 3. So then it will give the responses true. But since we will input something which is not 1, 2 and 3, so it will throw an error, and it will return false, and then we will throw the error. How to throw error? We will use raise keyword, and then I will use value error. and here I will have a message invalid option, right? And then we will handle this exception. Now we can keep it this way also, but I will handle it in a better way. Except value error as E. And then I will convert it to a F string. Here I will write error E, and then have a new line. There I will write keeping this question. So after we get the invalid choice, we will not check whether the question is right or not. Sorry, the user input is right or not, because it is an invalid choice, right? So we'll completely skip that question. We will go to the new question. So to do that, first of all, question, then we will use this. Then we will use this continue statement. What does this continue statement do? What it will do is, wait a second. So what it will do is, it will continue this iteration, this for I in range. This is the main loop, right? So if I is 0, then it will show the first question, isn't it? And if I choose, let's say answer is 2, but if I choose 6, then the question is wrong. My user choice is wrong, invalid. Then what it will do is, it will directly go to the national bird. It will not, after this continuous statement is encountered, the compiler will directly go increment the loop I, and it will go to the next iteration. It will not do this all. It will not at all do this all. And one more thing that we will do before continue is, we will clear the display. Like we clear the display after every time we choose right answer or wrong answer. After we display this, we clear the display. So here our message is shown here. Our message is completely done. So I will use clear display, and that is why I made this a function clear display, because I knew it that we will use it twice, once here and then once here. So that is why I made it a clear display, a separate function. So now let's see it in action. So let's say I give the answer option as 6. What will it return? It says error invalid option, skipping the question, and then it skips the question, it comes to a new question. So it is working perfectly, right? I will choose right options from now. Let's see what happens. So it says my total score is 4 and I am amazing. Great. So now let me show you the entire code now. So here we have the questions, which is a list. Then I have a quiz, which is the dictionary. And then what we do is, we use the import statements at the beginning of our code. Then we have a function which clears the display. Then finally we get the user score, initialize a variable user score, which is a global variable. Then we start displaying the question. So we start a loop, and inside that loop we print the question first, and then we start displaying the options of that question using the dictionary quiz. And then we loop through that options list, and we show each option as 1, 2 and 3. Option 1, option 2, option 3. Then we get the user input, and then we check if the user input is valid or invalid, and then we throw an error based on if it is invalid or not. And then we call the clear display function to clear the display. So each time only one question is getting shown. Then if the question is, if we get the right answer from the quiz dictionary, and then we check if the user chosen option and the right option is right or not. If it is matches, then we increment the score of user by 1. And if it does not matches, we do not do any operation on the user score. However, we show the right answer to the user. And then we again clear the display, so that each time only one question is getting shown. Then finally we print the total user score, and if based on the user score, we actually give a remark. I hope you have done till now. So our quiz project is completely done.